Okay. So how are we doing today? Javi, you're kind of like cut off. Remember, like the witness protection program, I always say, you know? Okay. And Isabel, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Okay, great. Okay. Did you think about your next assignment on the podcasting and Notebook LM, Isabel?
Yeah, did I think about it?
Yeah, have you been assigned? Did you guys assign each other's chapters yet?
Not yet, no.
Okay, you should do that today. You can even do that within class. You can just make those assignments, Isabel. Who's in your who's in your group?
It's Ali and then um Andrea, I think.
Okay.
Friday, yeah. And then
So what I would do is even you can do that. You can text each other, right? And just at least make that assignment done. And at least you should be able to do your folder, right, of the assignment of what you're giving each person to do. So that way you got that over with, you know, for this assignment. You know how, Isabella, it was just so hard to get everybody to meet, and so this way you know that people should be in class, and those that are not in class, you have their number. You can text them and say, you can even make their assignment. I took two, you know, TG2. Somebody else took 4 and 5. You get TG1. You can even assign it, you know, if they're not here in class. It's not a problem here. Okay, so what's going on, Thomas? Updates from my teaching assistant in training.
No, I mean it's good so far. I know that I still have to do a little bit more of the audit assignment, but apart from that,
Which audit
a lot of
assignment?
isn't the fourth one?
Yeah. So did you divide up the groups on which chapters everybody should do?
Not yet, no.
Okay. All
We're gonna
right.
do
So
that.
okay. And Sebastian, welcome back. I missed you. I forgot that you were gonna. You told me you weren't gonna be there. Notice I'm so attached to you.
No worries.
That's a good sign, rather than I just forget about you. You know. That's when you really can tell if somebody's important to have, right, in your life, right? So I missed you so much. Okay, so what's going on, Sebastian, on it? Did you see we have a new assignment, Sebastian, on the
I
Notebook
did.
LM?
I did see that.
Okay,
I'm
so
aware of it.
so
I even did my own version too.
good, good.
So
So put it up there. Did you put it up there? Your own
I did not put it up because I have a question before I put it up with Daniel, but if
Okay,
he confirms it, I'll put it up.
okay. And what is your question?
For some reason, my Zoom, I don't know if it's a setting that I have, but I can't share audio. So I'm
Okay,
trying to figure out how to
so
put
there
that.
is, so we should cover it with everyone. So one of the things is it's in the settings, in the Zoom settings. Did you see that? He has a link
Let me see.
in the instructions. Because Sebastian, if you're having that issue, we're going to have it with all our students or some of our students. And then we can even ask ChatGPT and others. Do you understand what the problem was, Thomas? What Sebastian is saying is that when he records with Zoom over Notebook LM, because Notebook LM isn't going to record, right? He's having problems sharing the audio. So the whole idea of making a tutorial is you want audio, right? It's going to be, if people can follow it maybe visually, but what you really want is the audio there. So the question is, Thomas and everyone else, is search if you're recording in Zoom, why am I not getting the audio in playback version? And see what we need to do. And we'll cover that today in class. It'll be important. Sebastian, that's why I want you to cover it, not wait to Daniel, but rather let's find it out today, Sebastian.
So it turns out the problem was that I was trying to share audio before I actually share my screen. You're supposed to share your screen, click what screen you were going to share when you're in Notebook 11, and then it'll allow you to share audio. According to Zoom before. I haven't tried it yet. I'm going to try it after class.
Yeah. Or yeah.
Follow that.
Or you know what? Try a real quick one.
Then I have to leave the Zoom.
Yeah, leave the Zoom and come back. Do like 2 minutes.
All right, I'll do that right now.
You know what I mean? Do it 2 minutes and see if it works, right? Because students are not going to be, it's due on Monday, right? So just leave and then just do a 2-minute clip.
Okay, I'll do it.
You just bringing up Notebook LM. You don't have to do much, you know?
Yeah.
And
Okay.
then just play back. And also try it, you know. Worst comes to worst, try it with the recording. Okay. Okay, so everyone that I haven't, there's a number of, I guess, respiratory issues coming around this campus. The advantage of us, at least in the next couple of weeks, hopefully, all those respiratory issues will die down by the time we meet together. But we really don't have an issue in this class, thank goodness. And if people are really, and everybody needs to be showing their camera on except those that got special permission ahead of time. Always that's one of our things that we say is ahead of time for those permissions while we have it. Okay? As we go around. And Ariana, how are you doing today? I'm doing great, okay? So have you guys looked at the project or not yet? Our next assignment? Ariana?
Sorry?
Did you look at the next assignment?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and have you divided up what chapters each person's going to do in your group? Ariana?
We have not discussed that yet, but we should later today.
Yeah. It doesn't take much, right? Everybody pick a chapter. It's an easy, you could even do it in class, right? Send everybody a text, and you can even say, Ariana, I'll take this chapter. What will you take, you know? And those that are not here in the group, you can assign them. You know, you have a choice. That's what I would, that's my suggestion, rather than even waiting. Why bother to wait? You know, as we're getting everybody online, right? We can be, that's so fantastic about this class, we can be efficient, right, Ariana? That we already have it. And then, Ariana, you can take the lead and make a folder. You can match what Group 0 did in their folder of the next assignment, and then you can put your name already there with the chapter that you're doing. Give yourself the first bids. I give you permission. If you take the lead, right? Only if you take the lead. You just don't sit back and say, I took mine. You guys are on your own, right? That's what we want to do, is learn how to help each other and learn, Ariana, how to lead other people, you know? And they're not taking, otherwise, if we're some of the groups, they're waiting for everybody else to lead them. And nobody's being led, you know, like a bunch of cats kind of herding them together. And then the output looks like it as well. Okay, so we're getting everybody's, as everybody's coming in, we'll have it and then we'll work it. And then I asked Sebastian to come back later. So as everybody's coming in, I welcome you all. Let me start recording. And do I have volunteers to moderate the chat? Anyone here, class participation for moderating the chat? Okay, Lily. Okay, anyone else? Okay, Sophia and Jasper together. Sophia and Jasper, this is a team effort here. Okay, I like that. Okay, Sophia and Jasper. Jasper's just slugging down water just to, he knows he has to compete with you, right? It's hard, Sophia. You know, you got to give him.
Ready.
You got to give him some challenges there. He knows he's going to have to compete with you. Okay, Sophia. Any other questions I need to deal with, Sophia, with you?
No.
Okay, you're great on that. Okay, good. All right. So, Sophia and Jasper will and Lily, you can also be on thing. And Sebastian is back again. Let me just do my recording to the cloud. Let me live stream to YouTube. We'll see if that works. You know, every time I always tell you some things are in my control, some things are out of my control. I'm going to choose my account of It Is Training. I'm going to go live. I'm preparing my Zoom to my YouTube. Look at this. It's almost like everything is easy when we know it. We know that we have an API, an application program interface from Zoom to YouTube. We're setting up our meeting here and we're connecting and it's up to it and it looks fantastic to me. Okay, so I have that part. And Thomas Owens, in terms of his camera, I don't know what it is. He'll check with Sebastian on it. Okay, welcome everybody. Another day of looking at technology and how technology can help us get what? Either closer to our customer, make us more efficient, make us more effective, see what are the issues with some of this new technology trying out, and basically being able to evaluate the pros, the cons, and we having a number of software and hardware that we can use in what I call our tool chest. So Sebastian was talking about an assignment where we were using Google's Notebook LM, which in many ways we can think about it as a learning or study guide that also creates a podcast, which is kind of interesting with artificial intelligence. We know that a number of us have always listened to podcasts where sometimes there's one person, sometimes there's two, there's banter, and Notebook LM was one of the first software programs taking material and via Gen AI creating a podcast. And also with the podcast, the latest addition to this podcast is it allows a user to join in the conversation. Once the podcast is generated, you as an end user can join in and ask questions. And Sebastian, who is our teaching assistant for this section, has also recorded this, and he had difficulties in playing back with Zoom because we gave an instruction to record on Zoom so we could play back your entire tutorial, and he had issues with the, I guess, playback of hearing it. Is that correct? Am I describing your problem?
Yeah, so if you guys notice in the assignment when you guys get to do it, there's going to be a share audio and bold. For some reason mine was off. Turns out if you just click on the computer
Can you share that screen where it says that?
Let me see if I can.
Because that's the best, right? That's why we're doing the tutorial, why we're not going to have those talking heads, that we can do that. Why don't you find out about it, and then I'll come back to you. I'll give you a couple of minutes, Sebastian, on that.
I mean, I know how to do it. You click the share button.
Yeah, but I want us to see it. You understand? And then it'd be great if you could put that screenshot, Sebastian, in the instructions, and maybe as a side there. So I'll give you. I don't want to, everything takes time, so we'll work that out. Okay? All right, so I'll come back to you on it. Okay, any other questions, comments that you have? I have my moderators. You can unmic yourself and let me know. So I'm going to start sharing. And when I share here, Oh, of sharing sound, you mean? Is that what you want? Is that the options you're talking about, Sebastian?
Yeah, I put in the chat right now 2 snippets of what your screen is supposed to look like.
Okay. And what is this optimized for video? Optimized for video sharing experience, Zoom, Workplace, and other may be marked as black boxes. Okay, so optimized for video sharing, I'm going to click that too and see what's the difference. Okay, so in the chat, you put in, okay, this is to everyone. And in the chat, what did you do? Okay, do people see this? Do you see when I'm sharing this part? Sebastian, do you see this?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, you can see it. So this was when you went to advanced?
You click on computer audio.
Okay, computer audio. And what about this in the corner here, share sound?
That's what my question was. It wasn't working. Danny said it was okay.
Is this working or is not?
Danny said it doesn't matter if that's enabled or disabled.
But this is important. So you need to go to advanced, you're saying, click on computer audio. And then what was the other that you had done, right?
Yeah.
So that was
And you click share on the bottom also when you're done.
okay, and then you're sharing here rather than, okay, so when I stop sharing and I say share, right, and I click share, I can have share sound, and what you're saying is go to advanced and click on the computer audio, and if I put that in, oh, that's just for mono or stereo, and it says share audio from your computer without sharing your screen.
That's why when you also click on your screen, I sent another screenshot.
Okay, so let me look at the other screenshot. Okay, so let me look at the other screenshot that you have. Oh, and that's the second one?
The first one.
This one? Okay, so in this, let me just stop so we can do this. So if let me share my screen. And I go to my chat. You're saying the second one?
It's the first one for me. So
it's the first one for you that you're doing your entire screen.
You click screen and then on the right you see what says share sound.
Share sound. Okay. And what is this optimized for video sharing?
I have not tested that.
Yeah, that is, I think there's some blank screens. So maybe do optimize for video sharing too. See what are the differences. You can let us know. Okay. Did everybody, and then you added that. Did you add those 2 screens? And then when you get a chance, Sebastian, add that to the assignment. Maybe you can put a note, if you're having trouble sharing your sound.
Okay, I'll send.
Yeah, you can send that to Daniel, if you want him to do it. Okay, so we see here that everybody is up and running. So let's go back to the computer and we can talk about it. Okay, let's go to, as we said before, what I want to cover today is more about security. I also want to talk more about data management, the advantages of data management. Right? I want to be able, can you see my screen? Thomas, can you see my screen of BTE H1? You see it?
Yes.
Okay, good. So if I go to what's due, and I go to the what's due section, let me just stop sharing for 1 second. I think this is what I want to do. I want to close this. I want to go share. And you know what? Optimize. I'm going to take this off. Let me share. Yeah, I'm going to take off. I think what happens with that optimize for sharing, I think it takes off the group members, Daniel. That's what I see on my end. When I clicked on that optimize for sharing, I don't see the faces. So they shouldn't do that because you want to see you want to see the face. So this is the assignment. I have an audit assignment for dynamic voice AI assignment, audit assignment. I have the readings for chapter 4 information security. I have an adaptive assignment for information security, and I have a quiz in information security. I'm going to go through all of those and make sure that this is clear to everyone. Okay, Ariana, you with me? So far, so good. And I know that if I want to look at this audit assignment in more detail, where should I go, Ariana?
Audit section.
I want to see about the instructions. In this section, where should I go? Ariana, do you see here where it says audit, assignment, instructions?
Yeah, the audit is, that's what I meant.
Okay,
Sorry.
when I saw audit section, I thought,
No.
yeah, okay,
Sorry.
good, all right. And then I can see that this assignment then will guide you through, and we're going to think about it generically, that dynamic Gen AI assistant, because what's interesting, Thomas, is this is just one product by Google that they're trying to figure out what can they do with Gen AI. Can you imagine? This is a company, and what do they really want to do, these companies, if they want to produce some revenue, right, in some ways. A lot of this AI, they're spending billions of dollars, not millions, right, billions of dollars, and some of the critiques is are they profitable? Are they getting anything back? So everybody is kind of like shooting at a star, and once one person sees it, all of a sudden that Google Notebook LM in November of last year just caught on like virally, and people were kind of like shocked by that podcast, and then they started improving it, and I'll show you next week there are other competitors coming out already. Competitors that say, hey, you listen, Thomas, you want to brand yourself on this, have that voice sound like you, not someone else. So there are a number of different ways. You don't want 2 people, maybe you want 3 people in the podcast. Maybe you want, if it's a type of subject, maybe you want it all female or a combination. So it'll be interesting to see that. So if I look at that assignment that we talked about, Ariana, that assignment here is, I want this to be a tutorial that you're also not only showing how to do it, but that you're critical, that you're giving more than what a machine could do, because later on, whatever's going to be on the screen, guess what? All this Gen AI will be able to explain what's happening on your screen, will be reading your screen. So you should be recording it as a tutorial for others to follow. And when you're having issues, for instance, Sebastian, it'd be even good to have the students record those issues. For us, issues are not the problem. Sometimes issues are important for others to see. The key is, what is the solution for it? So I want you to do that. Plus, you'll upload the PDFs of the textbook chapters. Each of you will choose a textbook chapter, and you'll then, after you'll ask it to generate multiple choice questions. When it generates a podcast, you'll join and ask at least 2 to 3 questions to see how it responds, and you'll record all of that with Zoom to capture both the screen and the audio. So at this point, Sebastian, you may want to look through those individual instructions and see, probably in preparation, somewhere where that's supposed to be entered in the appropriate place. Sebastian, yes? Yes, no?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Okay, and then you'll access that, create it, record it via the processing, and you'll be doing it In this case, you'll be uploading as a PDF. Notice this product, Google, in this case, Lily, this notebook LM is produced by Google. So who owns PPTX? PowerPoint. What company owns that? Who? Microsoft. Right. So notice that Google natively does not accept PPTX into Google LM. So what they'll do is they'll do their version of slides. Have you ever used Google's slides, Lily?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, so notice they'll let you do this. From the textbook from the authors, they saved it as PPTX. So the easiest way for you is a PDF. This is by Adobe, and it's kind of a generic way. So that's why I'm saying convert your PPTX to PDF, because all you have to do is open the PowerPoint, save as a PDF. But you could, Lily, take that PPTX and convert it to the slides and then upload it. It just takes more efforts. That's why I thought the suggestion to convert it to a PDF was important, and then you'll see that wrapping up your work. So let me do this. Let's go then for that assignment. Let's then go to the audit area. And that's where I got confused, Ariana, when we said audit area. When I say audit area, I'm talking about our second instance of Blackboard, where you have your privileges have changed, right? And there's something in the textbook, Ariana, called least privileges. Let me just write it down for you, Ariana. Least privilege. Is that how you spell privilege? Thomas, what have I always used for roles? What did I always use? I always said, give somebody the role that what? You remember?
A teaching assistant.
Yeah, but what do I always say? I say need to know. You remember that, Thomas? Those 3 words? I want, if you're the director in the, let's say, in information systems, Thomas, they make you the chief technology officer in a company, you'd want all your end users to have the role, basically, that they could do their work successfully, but you don't give them too much privilege, that you give them roles that they don't need. So that's what they call like least privilege, or the need to know. You need to know, Thomas, your grades, right? That's important. You need to know your assignments for the class, but you do not need to know everyone else's grade. You agree with me? So you are the role in our regular section where I distribute grades and you receive your grades. That's based on your need to know as your role as student. And my role, the way that they have it, is called instructor. But I gave you another instance in Blackboard to increase your privileges, to give you the rights to do more than you could in the regular role, that you could basically upload whatever you chose to do. You could edit, you could audit other members in that audit area. And in a way, it's dangerous. Why? Because someone could take your work that you spent hours on and do what with it, Thomas? They could delete it, right? They could change it. They could upload something in your and put it on your name, right? But in this case, we know what the issues are. So that's kind of the need to know here. So I'm going to go to the audit area. Is this the audit area? Is this the audit area? No, it looks like this is the same thing. So I'm going to close this, and I'm going to go to audit. And how do I see it? You see right here the word audit. Audit means that everybody can audit everyone's work. That's why I do it. I go to assignment groups, and I go to group 0, and under group 0, you have already dynamic voice AI assignment. Everybody see that? That dynamic voice assignment. Right now, each group should have this. Even if you haven't done the work, each group should have this. So what I expect now when I'm saying that, have one person in your group create at the bottom here, right under your screen recording group assignment, it should say exactly dynamic voice AI assignment, and there should be a list of everybody in your group with what chapter was assigned to them. We said that chapter 1, we took on as an example chapter 1. It's a generic one, so everybody in your group choose another one so that they will fall in. Any questions? So, Sophia, is there any questions that anyone has? Is that clear, Sophia? Okay, you can unmic yourself so I can hear it and everyone else has. We're transcribing this, and still in transcription, it would be great if the Gen AI could see that this meant no, right? But later on, it will be facial recognition, right? That they'll know that this doesn't, and then later on, they'll be able to see whether something is. And now I got a sign saying my internet is unstable, but I'll be able to do this. Why don't I, as I do this, I'm going to, Thomas, make you a co-host, just in case. And then also Sebastian, just in case I get locked out and I have to go to another computer, we can have it. Okay? And then within that, this is a folder. Everybody knows this is a folder. Then underneath that dynamic folder here, you can see here, these are by individual. So you'll have each individual in your group put this up. Where it's sample dynamic voice assignment, you put your name in it, right? You'll have the Zoom recording link, the AI companion, reflections, the notebook. And let me ask you another question, Sebastian. Is there a link for the podcast?
What do you mean link?
If you wanted to share your podcast link from Notebook LM, if you didn't record it.
I don't know, actually.
So find out. Everybody understand what my question is, not only to Sebastian, is in Notebook LM, you have a podcast. Are you able to share that podcast? Wouldn't that make sense, Thomas? That if you created this, that I would imagine that they were allowing you to do that. So Thomas, you can, what?
You have a link. You are able to share with link.
So what would be good, Sebastian, is also to put that here as well.
Okay.
The podcast link. So let's put it in, even in the sample, or let Daniel know that after this Zoom recording link, it also be the Notebook LM link, and make sure that it is shareable and it's open for everyone, right? That it's not a closed link. Wouldn't that be good, right? Doesn't that make sense, Sebastian?
It does.
You're right, because it's not just a Zoom. You don't want to just use Zoom. And later on, I imagine that they will be more sophisticated, Google, and allow you to link it. Okay? And if you'd like, you could even do it, stream it live. So another thing, Thomas, if you'd like it, we didn't require it because some people didn't have their live thing, is while you do it, also live stream. Might as well. Does it cost you anything? Does it take more time? Thomas?
Nope.
No. Isn't that great? That you get an extra step of then you can, and then later on you can then add tags and things like that. You could even do, if you wanted to, Loom and others, right? That you could do it, OBS. But these are kind of ideas that you can add. Okay, I have my assignment. Then I have make sure you turn on your Zoom AI companion summary. So at the end, you'll get that summary that we've done before. This is a part where you need to add. What were your reflections, your issues? This is what it is. What did you think about this product? How could it be improved? Where could it be used? Where could it be used in business?
Professor, I just talked
Yeah.
to Daniel. He
Right.
said that you can't share the link because it would require the students to manually share the emails with us.
Oh, you can't make an open link?
I don't think you can make an open
Okay,
link.
check to see if it is. So we won't do that now, but that'll be on your back burner. You understand? Definitely we don't want to make it because but check it, and you can research that, Sebastian, if you can make, how can you make Google, and then later on they do that you want it open. Right now they probably are worried about it, okay? So we'll keep that, the notebook multiple choice questions. Any questions on that? So if I go back to assignment groups that I would have here, in group 1, doesn't matter already, I have dynamic voice assistants, and then once they decide who has each chapter, they'll put in each chapter. Everybody clear? Sophia, what else do I need to explain? Is that, you'll have to unmic yourself to let me know. Is that clear?
I think that's clear.
Good. I'm glad that you think so. Okay, next. The next thing that we talked about is Wiley reading and adaptive. Under Wiley reading and adaptive, there's a number of ways in which you can get the chapters. You can get the chapters, right? Everybody needed to do the chapters of the adaptive assignments, right? Here you can see, for instance, they talk about the database approach, managing big data, data warehouses. This is that. Another area, let me just show you what you can do under fundamentals. And if I go to Wiley and adaptive, you see here on the very top of Wiley plus course resources. If you want to see the book and what's available there, you can go to Wiley plus resources. And you can get a lot more resources. So if I go to data and knowledge management, here you have sections here. If you would like, you can see there videos about some of these. You have a choice. You want to read it, you want to view it, fine. But here's the idea of the database approach. And if I think about the database approach, I can click on it. You can see that this is coming straight from the textbooks, talking about what is a data file. So if I think about a data file is a collection of logically related records. So this is the key, Lily. If I talk about a data file, you with me, Lily? I talk about a data file, and they're talking about what if I looked at the definition here, they're talking about a collection of logically related records. So I have to figure out what is a record. And think about it, Lily, you're on a roll now. I have a grade book. You're in my grade book. You agree with me? You're in my grade book, and in my grade book, I have maybe C number as one column. I'll have last name, first name, and let's say, just to make it short, I have test 1, test 2. I have 4 columns. And what do I have in the rows, you think, after the titles?
Like the grades, like the certain
Yeah, but I'm just going to put grades in there. But what? What is row 3 going to be? It's going to be, let's say, in this case, a row 38 will be then last name Walsh, first name Lily, right? And it'll maybe you have the first one, it'll be her C number, last name Walsh, first name Lily, and what? Test 1, let's say it's 99, and test 2, 100. Okay? Each of those rows are called what in database terms?
Logically related records?
Exactly. They don't tell you that. They don't tell you that in simple words that you would know. If I told you every row is a record, that would make sense to you, right? And you know that every column, basically in database terms, is called a field. A field is a column in a database term. You know this, but they use different terms in a database management term. So a field is a column, so C number would be column 1, last name is column 2, or a field. So when they talk about a data file as a collection of logically recorded records, what a data file becomes then is that you can have it, and the problem with a data file in a managed environment, then over time I have my grades, and maybe in my grades afterwards I have grade averages. But in a database, what they try to do is they try to centralize common data. Did you hear my term here? The idea is having a university central database, and think about just this. The university has your C number, it has your last name, it has your first name, it has your GPA, it has your address, right? It has your date of birth. We can go on and on. All of those are what? All of those different items are fields. And if you change your address, Lily, are you living on campus or off campus?
I'm off campus.
You're off. Were you ever on campus?
Yes, freshman year I was.
Okay, so freshman year, and then you decided to be off campus, that address changed. And if we had files, if the School of Business, what's your major, Lily?
Accounting and finance.
And then the accounting department had your address, the finance department had your address, the School of Business had your address, the registrar had your address, financial aid had your address. I'm going on and on. I'm getting tired already. You change your address. How many times? It could be done 50 times had to be changed your address. Does that sound, Lily, efficient? Changing your address 50 times or 100 times?
No.
Not at all. This is going to take up more space. Yes, it will. Who's going to change it in each place? Right? Do you have to go to 50 different people in the university? Oh, change my address. Oh, change my address. You know, I wouldn't want to do that, and either should you. So the idea with the database management, the whole idea of the database management is that we will then reduce the redundancy and have more accuracy, that when we update it, chances are we'll get it accurately done one time versus somebody will say, you know, your address is 1150 8th Street and it should have been 1130. And they just somebody missed the 5 and made it a 3. Somebody said it was 8th Street. It was supposed to be 10th Street, all in all. So this is what they're telling you. So this is the key. This is what the problems that database eliminate many problems that arose from storing data just as a file system. What did it reduce? Data redundancy. Now you know, Lily, right, what data redundancy means. So if I asked you on the test, what problems did the database management system minimize? You know, data redundancy, that you don't have your address 50 times. Data isolation, that I see, I'm looking, somebody comes to me, and I'm quite involved, you know, in the tech community, locally, nationally, internationally, and somebody says, you know, I have a scholarship. I'm looking for an accounting finance female that really wants to know something about Gen AI. Well, in this case, that information is not stored with me. It could be stored somewhere else. So that's what they call data isolation, that I don't have a place to query, and has a GPA greater than, let's say, 3.5. Do I know your GPA? Should I know your GPA? Lily, for need to know.
I don't know if it's a need to know.
If you don't know if it's a need to know, it's least privilege. I should not have it. Am I your advisor? No. I'm your what? Professor of one class. So I need to know your grades and what your GPA. You can share it with me. I don't even have any business to ask, you know what I mean? To demand, Lily, tell me what your GPA is. So I wouldn't be able, do you understand what that data isolation is? Here I would really say, hey, she participated in my class. I know that she knows, she's really interested in this. She's in accounting, finance, and she has a GPA greater than 3.5. And she's, what year are you? Sophomore. Maybe I can have data for that. You know, that I can find out what your software. So maybe they share with me, they probably do share with me a software, and I think they do share with me your major. But they don't share with me your GPA. So you see here that data is, and data inconsistency, now you could write about this. If this was an open question talking about basically what are basically databases, what does it eliminate, and give me examples. You could give me examples on data inconsistencies, couldn't you? That it varies copies of the data that don't agree. Yes?
Yeah.
What kind of ways in which you move? Just from freshman year to sophomore year. And you have no idea who has updated it. And it shouldn't be your issue. You have enough things to worry about. You want to succeed, right? You want to be able to grow at the university. You don't want to spend your time updating your fields and your one record. You don't even know where all your data is. What?
Well, it's my responsibility to change my address.
At one place, right?
You do it in Kingsley.
Right. But everybody else has to do it. But it's not your responsibility to check for each one. And then you're wondering why you didn't get that notice that they gave you another scholarship, right? They sent it to the wrong address or something. But the database management also maximize, because it's put in one place, your data, there's a risk of losing a lot of data at one time, isn't it?
Yeah.
If somebody cracks that one file, that one database where your information is, and let's think the address isn't so much, but if your social security number is there, if your credit card information is there, your health records, that's why there has to be much more data security in that place. Data integrity. If you've changed your address, you want to make sure that one place they put it was correct. Because everybody's going to have that incorrect. And data independence, that they're, in this case, that they're independent of each other, that when they stop using one application, your data doesn't go away. So these are illustrations for that database that are important. So this is an example that they have the registrar has information, the accounting department has it. If you're an athlete, the athlete has it. And this is brought into that data management system that you can get a lot of reports out based on querying. That's what they say, based on making questions to that database management system. And what's important is if it's data, then there's a hierarchy of how data looks. And that hierarchy of how data looks is the smallest, the very smallest for right now, because when we do quantum computing, it's different. But the way that traditional computers relax is that they represent it by a binary digit called a bit. It's just a 0 and 1s, and combinations of those zeros and ones is what the computer reads. And a byte, B-Y-T-E, is basically just a single character. So if I look, Lily, at your name, your first name has 4 bytes. You know it is 4 characters, but it's 4 bytes there that it can be a letter, a symbol, a number. And basically, we know what a field is. What did we say a field was in a spreadsheet? A column. That's all. Student names, and we can break it up. First name, last name, those are fields. And this is then the university database. These are those bits, the zeros and ones, that make up a byte. A field, you know, are the columns. And what's a record, Lily?
Like the whole.
Not the whole. One record is what? One row in the spreadsheet. It's your if I were going to have a database with your, and all of those records make up a file. You know what you can think about? Have you ever used a spreadsheet?
Yes.
A sheet is like a file. So in your own terms, a sheet is a file, a record is a row, a field is a column.
Okay.
And then there's a student file. This is the instructor, right? This is the name, blah blah blah. This is the faculty, right, on the university. That's the whole idea. So if we look at this time, Sophia pardon? So Sophia and Jasper, since you're a team here, if when we looked at it, what does a database represent in the context of a data hierarchy? So we're looking at a database based on the data hierarchy. Is it a single character, a logical group of characters, a record, or a logical group of related files?
I feel like it would be.
We're not feeling like. It's not feeling. What do we think the answer is? It's not a I can tell you this, it's not a single character. We're talking about a database.
A logical grouping of related files.
So in that case, that sounds to me that they're going to say it's good, right? Because a record's going to be just the row, right, Jasper? A logical grouping of the characters is just going to be what? A field, and a single character doesn't make any. It's just like a J for Jasper, right? So, wow. So you don't have to try again. So the idea here is that data management, and they're talking about relational database management, is we have related files together. And we're going to query those related files together. And this, Lily, is exactly, when you look at this table, right? This is a file. These right here, each of these rows are called what? Records. Look at it. Each of the columns are fields, right? And this entire sheet could be, that we think about it as my file. But what we're going to do, as Jasper said, those related files together make up a database. So we can have it related in that aspect. We can have it where I have my structured and unstructured data is that I have, let's go back to here, is we have what we call a key, which is going to be in what we call a primary key. In databases, we have something that's a primary key, and this primary key is we want to have at least one field that uniquely identifies the record, so it can be what? Updated, it can be sorted, it can be retrieved. So a primary key, everybody understand that? Sophia and Jasper, you've been on a roll so far as a team effort here. Basically what we're saying is a primary key has to be unique. So the question is major a primary key in this database, in this table? Sophia, you can get help from Jasper. Did you hear my question? I'm asking, is the field, because it's a column, major a primary key? True. Major, I could say major is a primary key in this file. True or false? Sophia.
I think true.
Why is it true? Why is that unique? Think about what you're saying before you just throw it out. Okay? Confer with Jasper. You can even unmic your, you can mic yourself, turn off your mic and confer with each other. What did we say in this case? We said what, Ariana? That a primary key, we said that a primary key is unique. So I can update a record.
I think the major would not be a primary key because like two people could have the same one.
Right. And GPA, is that a primary key?
No.
No. And in its graduation date, of course not. A student name, could somebody, Jasper, what's your last name?
Hands.
Right. It could possibly be somebody have your same name. Maybe at this university you have a unique enough, but is it, do we want to count on it? It may not be. If it's Sally Adams, they may not be, or Carlos Hernandez, or whatever we have. So what is unique?
I would say the student ID.
Right. So now we don't have to like, we don't have to feel, right? It's student ID, and it's basically, and why do they give you C numbers? Do you think they give duplicate C numbers in this university?
No.
Of course not. Why? Because they want to uniquely find you. Date of birth is not a good one, right? Usually a social security number or a contrived one. Why did they use C numbers, Thomas, rather than social security numbers in this in our university? Is he speaking to someone else? So everybody understand my question. What was my question? Allie, my question is, they have, why do they not use social security numbers at this universities for primary keys?
I think more so because it's unsafe to do that.
One, great. One is unsafe. You don't want, it doesn't, your C number after you leave the university has no meaning to anyone, right? That's true. What else? What do you think, Gia? Why don't they use social security numbers?
Because that's like really private.
One is really private. What else?
Just because it's like a
What do you think, Christian?
Because the school can't like control your social security number, sign up for C numbers.
Okay, and do you think everybody that attends the university has a social security number?
Maybe not.
Who would not?
International students.
Right. Do we have international students? Yes. Do we want to keep international students? Yes. Do we want to have a international university? Yes. Do we want to take have their revenue? Yes. Right? All of those and above, right? So we can have it controlled. So one, you are correct, but this is what a primary key is. Everybody with me? So this is an idea here that I can use for my primary key, that this is what a primary key is. And then a secondary key is another field that I can put together that could typically identify, but for instance, I could have then a secondary key, then Christian, be your major. Your major is not enough unique, but your C number plus your major makes then that primary key. And then we have what we call structured data versus unstructured data. What about video? My grade book is structured data. You agree with me that, Christian? I basically have my fixed fields in here, right, of C number, first name, last name, test 1, test 2. Unstructured could be what? Unstructured could be, for instance, my videos that I could then represent it. So it's the same thing if I do my managed databases. I can do my same thing if I go to my Wiley and adaptive, the same idea when I look at my information security. What's key in my information security is what we call deliberate threats. And basically, what does deliberate mean versus meaning someone has intentionally want to create havoc into information security. That could be espionage, that could be extortion, that could be sabotage, that could be theft, that could be identity theft, software attacks, alien software, supervisory control, data acquisition attacks, cyber terrorism as well. So these are questions that you would have on methods of attacks. Ransomware, if I think about ransomware, Valentina, ransomware is basically some outside forces basically shut down the servers, don't allow users to use it. For instance, we have a health center. Valentina, have you ever been to the health center?
No, I haven't.
What do you think the health center does? It stores all the health records of all the students, all the employees, faculty, and others. So what they could do is they could stop basically someone getting into those. So that is ransomware. And what are they doing? Have you ever heard of somebody, you ever heard of the word ransom, Valentina? That if somebody's being kidnapped, they'll ask for ransom. So it's the same thing that they're going to ask for. So one, Carlos, if I'm looking at that, what there are protections to do ransomware, and guess what they use at the university? They use insurance. So if somebody has taken it, they say, talk to our insurance company. And they're probably, if the insurance company is going to pay, what are they going to pay in dollars, you think? Juan Carlos.
Yeah, most likely in dollars.
You think so? What do you think? Somebody from Russia? Are you?
Oh wait, no, actually no. It depends. Like,
What do you think they would use?
they could pay you in dollars, and
They would, and then they could trace it easily, right?
yeah.
So what would I want to do?
If the insurance companies pay,
Yeah, if the what are they paying? What do you think?
I mean, probably crypto.
Crypto, yeah, Bitcoin. They're probably asking for Bitcoin, right? So in that case, they're asking for Bitcoin in those ideas. So this is what you need to know. Put this in your notes on table 4.2. Did you hear that, Michael? Michael, you there? Good. Michael, in table 4.2, this is important to know. These are types of attacks that require user actions. You need to press on a link, you have to do something, a phishing attack, a spear. This is what you need to know for the exam, Michael. What is a virus? What is a polymorphic virus? Worms, phishing attacks, all of these attacks, it requires some kind of user action. You had to download something, you had to click on a link that you didn't do it intentionally, but that's how the attack happens. They're waiting for somebody to basically send some information and they want you to respond. Everybody hear that? So this needs to be, did you see that, Ariana, table 4.2, you need to know of what is requiring user actions. Remote attacks needing no user actions are denial of service or distributed denial of service, meaning an attacker sends so many requests to a target computer that basically the system doesn't work as well. Or the attacker takes over many computers, and sometimes they use our computers at the university to what they call botnets to basically attack other computers. You need to know this too. Attacks by a programmer. A programmer developed a system, either a Trojan horse, a backdoor, or a logic bomb to create havoc in the system. And some of these attacks you can find out via the internet how to do these attacks. They don't even have to be so sophisticated. And think about all that AI. Now AI can do attacks as well. So we have to kind of figure out what is happening there. Okay? So these are some of the issues that I wanted to cover. Does that make sense, Lily, today? Of how to study. And with Sophia and Jasper, one of the things that you could do, even in studying, I'll give you, on Monday, I'll give you like a study guide to do. One of the ways is basically on your application of Notebook LM, you can even ask them for multiple choice questions. But, let me just show you one more thing, which I think I can share with you. Right. Is let's see if it comes back up. Yeah, so you see here where I have introduction information security. This is with the Wiley Plus. You see here, this line here, Michael, do you see this on my screen? I went into Wiley Computer Resources, and you see on the side here it has like a table of contents, my notes. You see this like this diagonal note here. It says study sessions. What you can do, see here, is they give you quizzes here. So these are additional. If I click on quiz and say get started, they give me multiple choice questions too. Another place where I can review multiple choice questions. Okay? Stop sharing, and then I'm ready to go. Any questions? So Sophia and Jasper, anything that I need to go over? Everybody's clear what needs to be done? Anything in the that I need to address? Okay. Hopefully next time I can be better than pretty good, and hopefully I'll succeed in that. Okay, so now what I need to do is I'm going to go to attendance. And in check-in, see if it can give me start check-in. 7461. So Sebastian, can you be so kind and put that into 7461 into our chat? And when people put that in, it will take attendance. And then I'll stay afterwards and answer any questions that people have specifically. And if you can stay with me, Sebastian, I'd appreciate it. Okay? So I'm going to stop sharing. 7461 is in the chat. And yeah, you too. And let me just stop my YouTube. And let me stop my recording. So if there are any questions, I can answer them for the need to know.
I have a question.
Okay.
Well, not a question, like kind of more of a statement. So I did my assignment 4 already on chapter 4, and like similarly to what we were talking about, I had difficulty getting the computer audio to sync. And I realized I made four recordings and it still didn't do it, so I have to re-record and do it all again.
Okay.
But you can put the podcast, like make it a link.
Yeah.
I put that on my
And it makes it, you can, and I could share that with me.
No, well, it's in my assignment. If you go
Okay, in your assignment, and if you click on it, Sebastian, can you be so kind and do that? Where did you put it?
I put it in my assignment on group 8.
So look in group 8.
And you want to put it in a folder, you said?
Yeah, I put it in the folder like as my assignment, but you can't access it through your account. You have to sign into a different account to access the link. I'm just trying to see if it works, because I'm going to have to re-record and do another version of it, but I just want to see if it works.
So if I go into, hold on. If I go into audit, hold on.
Yeah, you have to click on the link first and then ask to sign into a different account.
Okay, so here I'm going to go into dynamic. I'm going to go into group 8.
I can see the link perfectly fine.
And you can get the podcast to come up?
Hold on. Let me try.
You're talking about the individual screen recording assignment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the dynamic voice AI assignment. That one.
Dynamic voice. Okay, where's your link? This is it, your podcast.
Yes, try and click on it.
Yeah, let me open in a new window. Oh no, it keeps on turning for me. Oh, now it goes, yeah.
All right, so you've got that information system security exam
Yeah.
coming up.
Yeah.
So where did you get it from? So copy share link, isn't this it?
Yeah, so wait, can I share my screen?
Yeah, let me just do it.
Let's see. So at this one, you just hit this share audio, and then you hit public access and copy link.
Okay, where did you do it? Where'd you get that share audio overview? Yeah, right here. Share audio overview. Great. Share audio overview. Copy share link. Okay, click on that. Oh, and public access. You have to click public access.
Yeah, and then this is like the preview of it
Yeah.
that you just saw.
Yeah. Pretty neat.
Yeah. But I'm sad I have to do it again.
Well, now you can do it. You can ask different questions. You know what you should do? Ask different multiple choice questions too. That way you'll get more.
Yes,
Did you get the? This is interesting, Lily. Do you get the same questions, or does it give you different ones each time you did it?
I believe it gave me similar ones. The first time when I created the questions, I put it on a separate Google Doc. When I copy and pasted it, it looked weird. It came up as this black.
So how did you?
So I had to copy and paste it by doing each separate question.
Okay. And there's ways in which you can do it. Okay.
but other
Yeah.
than that, they're basically the same thing.
Yeah, they're same out of the same material. Maybe in terms of it'd be interesting in terms of customizing or so, or ask it in a different way.
Yeah.
Of starting on this, of asking, when you're doing using Gemini, asking a question, ask it in a different way. Give me 5 questions that cover which chapter were you doing? 4, which was security, that just go over controls. Give me 4 questions just on threats, just on controls. 5 questions on controls.
Like types of controls, you said?
On controls. You can say maybe, or even access controls, just on controls. And then please, and then also give me the answers at the end. Right. See, physical controls, disaster recovery plan, good. Hmm?
It gave me the answers.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that'll be. I think that'll be different. Is ask, especially ask those questions that you're not quite sure of in that chapter.
Okay. Well, I'll ask it a different, set of multiple choice questions when I do my submission.
Yeah, when you do your submission. But I'm just saying, then you can put those all together. And you know what? I wouldn't get rid of it. I would put your old questions all in and even put a note there of your reflections. I had to do it a number of times because I had problems with the audio. This is how I resolved the problem. Even take a screenshot and make it a learning moment. And this is what other people, that's the beauty. Your tutorial, the next time you do it, you should show, number 1, how do you get the audio to work in that tutorial? And number 2, how do you get that shared link that it's available to everyone? Because that's going to be important, right? If you're going to be using this for a podcast, you want it shareable. You just don't want it to yourself. For ourselves right now, it's okay. But when you're really trying to brand yourself, right? So you want to be, at sometimes when you're in accounting and finance, sometimes you want to give it to our own group, right? But many times we want to show off, hey, what a great company we are, or our hedge fund or whoever. And I'm sure, you know what I'm saying? All those mistakes should be pluses for you because you've solved the problem. And you didn't give up. You know what I'm saying? And then you'll teach the next person. Then you'll teach the next person. And that's what's going to be so great. And now you know it.
No, all my mistakes show in my cloud. The first time I recorded, I didn't pause for when I was doing the making the podcast. Now it's just sitting there twiddling my thumbs for 10 minutes. So I'm like,
right. Or you could have done part 1 and part 2.
Yeah.
Stop it at part 1, and then you can even announce that. Once you're doing and recording it, I suggest maybe we even just pause, not even just pause, stop the recording, go to part 2 of generating podcast.
Okay.
You have that choice, since you've done it. I would not get rid of it. I would put at the end in your statement, I would put the 4 times that I had issues, and then put next to it what issues you had in the reflections. This is a time in which I forgot to pause. This is a time where I couldn't get my shareable link. This was a time where I kept on doing the same thing over and over again, and I thought I would be doing something different. This is a time where the Gen AI should have said, wait a minute, Lily, do you want audio? Let me put audio by default. So I would reverse that, and basically for yourself, and you know how you have almost those ways of what's even more interesting are the issues, not that you've done it right. A lot of times what you want to do is, what are people searching? Why don't I have audio? I'll show you why you don't have audio. And then you can even do small segments of them. And then I would also add, if you're at it and you want to be excellent in it, I would also add your YouTube Live. How much time does that take you? Nothing.
Not any.
And then you have a YouTube Live on that. And then it's YouTube Live. Then other people could subscribe to you and say, "Hey, this is an issue," and you can put even in your description, "This is an issue of how do you make a shareable link in podcasting." And go to that. Isn't that exciting? I mean, that using those learning experiences as positive, not as, "Oh my goodness, I made a mistake." It's wonderful. Of course, none of us are built with this. No, this is all new. I mean, if you go to work, you'll ask 95% of those people have no idea what you're doing. And then they'll be impressed. "Wow, look what she did. She created a podcast, and she's even speaking with the podcast."
Yeah.
You know, show it to your parents.
Yeah. Well, maybe, I don't know. I'm going home this weekend, so maybe.
Right now, but you don't have to do anything. You know what I'm saying? I'm just, you know what I mean. But I'm just telling you. Ask them, do they even know? And I'm sure. You know what I mean. But my point is that you're documenting along the way, and you don't realize how much you're learning along the way. And when you document later on, you'll completely forget. So then you can go back to that. I don't remember what I did, but let me go back to that. You can check it on my YouTube. Okay, great. Okay, Sebastian, did you see that? So that would be really great. So send that. Can you be so kind, Lily? Send that to Sebastian. Maybe even that screenshots of making it public. That podcast. And then how did you make it that finally you got to hear your voice?
Oh, like on the interactive mode?
No, basically you said you recorded in Zoom and you didn't get audio. Wasn't that the issue?
Oh, well, that was for the audio of the podcast I didn't get, not myself.
Okay.
Like that was what you were talking about earlier with the share screen and having it go into advanced settings to turn on that audio.
Yeah. So that needs to be kind of like a, maybe Sebastian, maybe we can do is kind of as an announcement or an add-on to the assignment or something, frequently asked questions or Sebastian, what do you think about if you're having issues with this, try this, Sebastian.
Okay. I just texted Daniel that I found a way how to include the audio.
What?
I just texted Daniel that I found a way how to include the audio.
Right, how to include the audio, and now you have a way in which how to make the. Did you see what she did? Lily send Sebastian that screenshot of how to do.
I saw the public access.
Public access.
Okay.
And it was in. You see, Daniel wasn't aware of it either. So that's what I'm saying. So see, Lily, consider being our teaching assistant in training. Do you want to?
You know, I kind of want to consider it, yeah.
So why don't you do this? Contact Sebastian. Sebastian, I'd like
screenshots.
Send out a let Daniel know you have Lily's information, and then we'll put you in the WhatsApp group of teaching assistants in training. Since you've done such an excellent job, and then you can see what it's like, and then you can be considered maybe for next semester being like have a paid position with us.
Okay. No, that sounds great.
Okay, so Sebastian, can you be so kind and get the
I sent it into the chat. The like how I access it.
Yeah. I already saved that. Thank you, by the way.
Oh.
Can you shoot me a message? Do you have my phone number?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can
I
you shoot me a message so I can
text him? And then to let him know that I'm adding Lily to our teaching assistant and training group.
I'll send a message.
And Lily, do you have classes after this?
Yeah, I have 3 night classes actually during the week. So
Right, good.
after your class, I go.
Okay, great.
I go back to campus.
Okay, great. Okay. So excellent. Just by you having those mistakes and finding it, this promoted you.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay.
Lily, I'm adding you to the WhatsApp group chat right now for TAs and training.
Okay. All right, thank you. I need to get back to campus before my class.
Yeah, me too. I got to get to my next class too. Okay, let me just see here. Zach and Grant, are you on?
Yes, hi.
Hi, Zach. What's going on? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling better.
Okay, is there something that if you have some problems or something with any of the assignments, something, can you reach out to Sebastian, Zach?
Yes.
Sebastian, I'm giving credit. Zach had some issues that I've given him permission to talk to you about. Sebastian, you have his number, and if there's something, and I hope for a speedy recovery. Okay, Zach?
Cool, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, so if you can do it, I've had other students almost every semester having those same issues. You know what I mean? And you really need to take care of it. You know what I mean? You don't want to be negligent about it. You know, but everybody does. You know what I mean? Everybody that I know has recovered, but it's something that you don't want to mess with.
Yep, thank you so much.
You're welcome. And Grant, what's up? Grant? I think
I
he.
just think he's not there.
Okay, so let me put him out. Okay. So I think it was a good learning time. What do you think, Sebastian?
It is. We gotta do some updates to the assignment. Yeah.
Yeah. Just do some updates, and then even the updates is yeah. And Lily was finding that out, so that's great. And she found other things out, so I think she'd be great as a teaching assistant in training. That yeah. And notice she even did more than the other teaching assistants in training. She did the assignment already, and she basically tried it 4 different times, where somebody else would have just done it and given up.
Yeah, true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. She does have WhatsApp, so I sent her a link right now to join the WhatsApp.
Yeah. Just have her join it, and send her out a note. And can you be so kind? Send her an email, and CC it to me and Daniel. That we you don't have to do it now. You understand? But welcoming her to be a teaching assistant in training. That Dr. Rushnick has recommended you to be is so excited that you agreed to join us. Okay? I'm going to get off because I have to go to my other section.
Okay, go for it, Professor.
Okay? I'm going to end the meeting, okay?
All right.
Bye.
See you Monday.
See you Monday. And then we'll talk about it. If we need to, we'll send you some notes. You know what I mean?
Perfect. All right, Professor. Take care.
Okay, folks. Can you hear me? Heidi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. You know what perfect is? If you can hear me, that's perfect. That makes a perfect day. So how are you doing, Heidi? What's going on?
I'm doing pretty good.
Great. Did you
How about you?
I'm doing great too. Did you look at the assignment for next week?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I didn't decide on like what I was gonna do yet and stuff. I'm gonna do that tonight or tomorrow.
Okay, so you know what I want to do? I'll take you as an example, but what we should be able to do, even while I'm speaking or even in the beginning, you should be able, yes, Mark Jor, go into the audit area and look at that last folders Group 0 did on that voice assignment. You see that, Heidi? We'll do it together. And make at least a folder, and you guys, even those that are already there, you can make, people can take dibs on which chapter they want, right? So that'd be there. So, Daniel, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Okay, so we had a,
Not the whole thing.
pardon?
I'm hearing you can share just the audio, but not the whole notebook.
Yeah, you can share the podcast.
Okay, that makes sense.
And she sent a screen, and she's now our new teaching assistant in training. She did it 4 times. What?
I reached out to her for her number for the group chat.
Yeah, great. And she has 4. She tried it 4 times, and she was having all the different problems, and she figured it out on her own. And then she figured out on the podcast on how to share that link.
Awesome.
And basically sharing the link that you can make it. It's in, once you have it, it's basically just share it. You share it and you can make it, sharing it public. And she sent Sebastian a screenshot. I don't know if he sent it. You can ask Sebastian to send it to you.
Yeah, he did. I'm gonna paddle that right now.
Yeah, so maybe we can even go over it today with the class.
Sure. I'll be
So,
done in 5
yeah,
minutes.
and that'll be great, and we can add that, because that's really crucial, Daniel, right?
Yeah.
To be able to share your, you won't be able to share, right now you won't be able to share your interactions with it, but at least you'll get the podcast. And you know, it's similar to what we did last time when you add it to your website. You can add it to anywhere, that link.
Yeah.
So that was good. So given that, of those efforts in sharing, we reached out to her. So that'll be perfect. And she's accounting finance major. Okay. The tenacity in trying to find solutions, that's what we want, right? To succeed. Okay, so everybody have their cameras on that haven't. A couple of people are having some respiratory issues. You've gotten permission, but everyone else. The beauty here is we don't infect each other. It seems like a lot of things are going around campus pretty heavy. So, kind of like in the health center. I had to go the other day, and I said, I don't know if I want to go to the health center. Who's coming here? Everybody's spreading. Maybe that's the problem. They should shut down the health center so they won't be spreading all that. But anyways, okay. So we got everyone here that needs to show their lovely faces and questions that we have. And how's it going? It's been going. You're not gonna give it a grade of how it's been going.
No, I'd say everything's going
Okay. Did you look at the next assignment?
Oh yeah, I saw it was due on the 25th, so I was gonna do it probably over the weekend.
Yeah, right. Okay, so that's the issue. So tonight we're going to talk about the only problem with that, and I love it too. To say I'll leave it to the weekend is there's issues that have come up with a couple of the students that have tried it. You understand? And the problem is when you wait till is how do you overcome some of those issues? So luckily, some of the students already in my last class have let us know that. So we're going to make additions to it to make sure that we can do it. And that's one of the things that my goal in this class is to emphasize. We're always going to have issues, right? And the idea is to document those issues and try to find solutions to it. Because whether it's this product or another product doesn't matter, or this is what we're trying to do. We have issues on that. So Emerson and Adam, welcome. Hopefully we can have it really going. Okay? So let me start recording to the cloud. I will stream, live stream. And you have an option too, even in your next assignment that you can also, besides recording to the cloud, is to live stream to YouTube. You have did your YouTube work? Your streaming?
Oh yeah, I got that set up a little bit ago.
Okay, so for the next assignment, you can also, while you record to Zoom, you can also record to YouTube and put that link in as well onto your recording. I'm going to choose my account. I'm going to make it public. And we also want to make public, it creates a podcast. And creating a podcast takes time. So when you're recording them, it may take up to 5 minutes just for Google Notebook to create a podcast based on your sources and your customization. So the question becomes, what should you do? You understand my question? What's my question?
Kind of like you have to plan ahead.
Right, then it's going to take 5 minutes. So what should you do? You're on record, and all of a sudden, when you say, after you customize, you say, I want the podcast to focus on this and generate the podcast. Google's Notebook, the way that it's set up, takes time, takes maybe up to sometimes 5 minutes to produce a recording. So what do you think you should do in that 5 minutes?
Probably just look over the rubric, see if you've met all the.
Okay, criteria, but should you still keep on recording?
Oh no, you should definitely end the recording.
Or either end the recording or pause. Okay. What you do in the 5 minutes, maybe you should go out and take a little stroll around, go outside a bit, you know what I mean? And get some fresh air, right? Rather than trying to impress me that you're looking over the Rubik's Cube. Instead, what I think may be good is to take a couple of deep breaths and maybe take a little jog or something and keep yourself in shape. Okay. But I'm not going to, you don't have to record that part of you taking the jog, you know, but it could be tips on that. Okay. Any comments that we have to do? I'm recording. I'm going live on YouTube. And what we're going to be doing today is we'll be talking about using voice AI, creating a podcast. We'll also cover database management systems. We'll talk about security and controls. We'll talk about roles that you have, and then we'll answer any questions. So before we get started here, Do I have any volunteers to moderate the chat, class participation, so we can, if there are any questions that I need to address, myself or Daniel can do it. So do I have any volunteers who would like to monitor the chat? Okay, Heidi, I'll have you do it. And anyone else that wants to, okay, Linnea, go ahead and join her then. So we have you two, and let me know, unmic yourself, turn off, turn on your mics and you can interrupt me. Okay, so we have our lead teaching assistant here, Daniel, who will interject at any time. I give Daniel full permission to just unmic himself and let us know if there's something that we need to do. In the beginning, before I get started, anything you want to let the students know, Daniel?
Just I'm working on a couple changes for that.
Okay, so we'll talk about a couple of changes. We're going to try to refine. It's dynamic. So any problems that we have, we're trying to refine that assignment in a way. That's what you wanted to do. Is say, I was going to let you, Dr. Rush, do all your tweaks before I started it, right? That's what you, thank you, I appreciate those efforts, right? That you see up there, right there. So, okay, we'll talk about it. Okay, so let me share my screen. And when I'm sharing my screen, and when you see your screen being shared, you have on the top there where you have screens, entire screen, and or I can share my application windows, and then you have an area where it says advanced, where it has computer audio. That in computer audio, at this point, is this the time where you want to share the sound, Daniel?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that you can share. So I have my sound I'm sharing, and then I want to share my, let's go back to screens and share my entire screen. So let me go to, you see my screen here with my participants. I'll go back to Chrome, and you see that I'm streaming live here, and you can see Sabrina, you're right underneath me. Here's Sabrina and Morgan. Those glasses look great that we have. Okay, so we're doing this. So let's start with, always we're in our section, our regular section, where we have something called least privilege. That basically what I want in information systems is to give the least privilege to anybody. Sometimes I have the idea of need to know. So if I looked at this right here, this of least privilege is that I have the need to know for operation. So let's go to what's due. Everybody can see that's what's due for Monday. Sometimes it was due on Wednesday. Make sure that you realize that our next assignment is due on Monday. Monday is an audit assignment. We'll go over that again for a dynamic voice AI assignment. It's going to be individual. The only difference here is that each person in your group will choose another chapter, and I suggest by the end of this session, everybody have that folder and at least assign each other what chapters you want to focus in on. We have the readings for information security, we have the adaptive assignments for information securities, and in the quizzes. Last time we met, we had the director of information. He was the chief information security officer. Sometimes they call it CISO for the university, and he was there. And Daniel, let me just ask you a question. Did you send out for him?
Oh, I don't
Okay.
have those lists. The list of
You don't have what list? Of what he said? I'm talking about the email sending to, or I guess
yeah, I
arcane
sent all the cane
IDs.
links and all that.
You don't have access to it?
I sent the cane IDs, but I don't
Okay,
have
that's
access to
all.
the.
Did you CC me in it?
I believe so. Yeah.
Really? Okay, check on it just to make sure. So we'll
I
see
think
what
I,
that.
I sent it to both of you.
Okay, great. Okay, no problem. Okay, so let's look at it and see what we have. So if this is the case, Heidi, the audit assignment here, where do I find the instructions to the audit assignment? Under what tab?
Audit assignment instructions.
Perfect. Okay, and under the audit assignment instructions here, our goal here is to look for a dynamic Gen AI assistant for helping for a research assistant, a study assistant, and what I want you to do, Heidi, is we'll pick one product now, which is Notebook LM, Google's product, and later on we'll look at its competitors. And I want you to look at that, Heidi, in getting to know this product. And a way to getting to know this product is you may want to first look at it and then create a recording of it and talk about its features and also talk about issues that you found with this product. And also, what I think, if we're going to have to give it material, we might as well give it material that's relevant to us. So Heidi, instead of just choosing some articles randomly from somewhere, or some YouTube articles, what I say is let's use the chapters from the book and help us study for the exam. Makes sense to me. What do you think, Heidi, right? So at least in this case, and each person in your group will cover a chapter. And for our sample, we'll do chapter 1, and you guys will do all the other chapters. And you see here that PDF, you can follow along with that PDF of preparing. So the only thing in this assignment as a group is you need to put in a folder, and as a group you have to assign who's going to get each of those chapters. In this case, if not everybody's in the class, I would have those in the class get first dibs, and those others make those assignments to them, those that were not able to come to class. And then this goes step by step. We're making some additions to this, but if you look at it, if you go to if you look at, I'm looking for Notebook LM, which is notebooklmgoogle.com. You can see there I've created a number of processes, and this is just from chapter 4, an example, where I took our PowerPoint and saved it as a PDF. So you can see here, Notebook LM basically divides it up into 3 panels. One is the sources, so you can put a number of different sources here. You can put in PDFs. Notice since it's a Google product, it does not take natively PowerPoint, PPT, or PPTX. So what I just say is take our PowerPoints that are given to you on Blackboard and just save as a PDF, and then you'll have it straight as added source. But you can add additional sources, and you can see here, you can add, notice what they have here, Heidi, is Google Docs and Google Slides and Google Drive. Well, what are they? Why don't they have PowerPoints and Word? You think, Heidi? Who's the company that owns Notebook LM?
Is it Google?
It's Google. Even if you didn't know, Heidi, look here. Google, right? YouTube. Who owns YouTube? Google. So they've made it, they want to promote theirs. But you can get around it by doing it as PDFs. But you can do it, and they say supported file types, which this is nice. They say it'll accept PDFs, it'll accept TXT for text files, it'll accept Markdown, it'll store MP3. You can even copy some text and paste it in. So these are examples. They say is most to you: marketing plans, course readings, research notes, meeting transcript, sales documents. So I want you to look at this, Heidi, as one as a university student related program that can be used, but also look at it, could this be used also in business? What uses would it be in business? And Heidi, remind me, what is your major?
Finance and accounting.
Finance and accounting. So for finance and accounting, is there any use for this when looking at financial statements? Basically, maybe looking at that you have to give advice to a number of companies. You may want to look at their marketing plans. You want to look at their business plans. You want to look at their financials, something like that, their sales documents, and then you could have it. So this is the part that you could do. Once you had that, right, then in this part, you can see here that you have a study guide that you want to add, a briefing doc, a frequently asked questions, a timeline. And at this point, in the middle of the chat, here is where you'll need to play around with how to prompt it to give you 5 questions. And you may even want to, I would say, give it 5 questions that are the most difficult parts of the chapter, the parts that you're not quite aware of. So you may want to say, rather than give me 5 questions to study for the exam, it may be concentrate on 5 multiple choice questions that talk about controls or risk mitigation. Or in this case, physical controls, access restrictions, something like that. So you can make this specific, and then you'll create then a podcast. When you create the podcast, when you'll be doing it, that takes about 5 minutes. And in that 5 minutes, I suggest that you pause the recording so you just don't have 5 minutes of blank there, or 5 minutes of where you say, I'm going to check Rubik's or something like that. And at this point, this notice, it says beta. They're checking it out. Once a podcast is created, how you as the owner of creating this notebook, how you can interact with the podcast. So at the interaction of this, you'll see here in the bottom here, you can join. When you play it, you can join the discussion, and it will, in this case, it will create the podcast, but it does not, and save it, but it does not record your voice. So that's why you want another recorder like Zoom to record your interaction with it. And then if you shared it, notice right here, you see the share button? You see this as well? Daniel? Daniel, are you there? Yeah, so when you're, even after it does the podcast, right there at the share button, you see that you can make it public access. So what you want to do you see that, that what I want you to do is, this could be just a way in which you can even just copy that screen, Daniel, of where even after you have it done, you go to share audio in public, and then you can copy that share link. The link has been copied to the clipboard. And then you could open up that copy there and it would be, here is the link right here. So you can put this link right here, Notebook LM, where it was audio, and you could have that. Heidi, do you understand that?
Yeah.
What do you understand?
Like how to link the stuff and all that.
Yeah, basically, you want the podcast. You can get, what's the beauty, Heidi, is you can get that podcast, just a link to the podcast, and then you could share it. You could share it on your website. You could share it with other people. You could put it in other different places. When we even do a group project, when we do a website, you could even have the podcast talk about your website, and then even on your website have that link to put in your website that people, you can already say, hey, I got a podcast. Quick and nice. And later on, Heidi, we'll look at other ways to, there are competitors out there making it that the podcast could also have your voice. It could almost like clone your voice, and it's as if you were speaking in the podcast. Sometimes it's a little creepy, but it is available. So we have that, and you see that that's available, Daniel, as well. So if I go to, let me just even do this. What do I have here?
I'm almost done. Like
Yeah, no, I would rather, Daniel, you take your time. What?
The sample already shows the link.
Great. Okay, but I'm just saying it'll be nice. Daniel, I'd rather even you take your time, and you know what I mean, rather than rushing it, and then we can, and you can put an announcement there that make sure that you look at the new editions or something like that. Okay, I'm in the audit area. Do you see that, Heidi? I'm in the audit area. Everybody go to the audit area. Anna, go to the audit area, and under assignment groups, you see here group 0. What group are you, Anna?
I'm group 6.
Okay, group 6. But you see on group 0 here, have your group, and maybe even yourself if you haven't done it, ready, have a folder called Dynamic Voice AI Assignment, and then list each person in your group, and you could even, at this case, Anna, you then give yourself a chapter to review. I'd even start it that way. And Anna, just make sure that everybody just takes a chapter. Really doesn't matter which one. And then if you go into voice dynamics here, notice in that sample it should look similar to this, where you have your Zoom recording link. And you know what you could even add then, Daniel, is if they've already done that, is you don't have to add yours, but as a possibility of the YouTube streaming link too. I'd even add.
If you do YouTube, you can't pause it.
Oh, you cannot.
Yeah.
Okay, you'd have to make it in 2. Okay, so we'll leave that out. Okay, if they decided to make it as 2, right? You can't just pause in the streaming. That would be good for YouTube to do. And then the Zooming Cloud, the new Notebook audio link, the Zoom AI companion summary. So make sure that you turn on, right, Heidi, you turn on your AI companion. And this is reflections, issues, and improvement ideas. And this I would add into it. How do you think it can be used for education and maybe for business? Add that as well. On reflections, issue, improvement ideas, where you had issues, for instance, it wasn't recording my issues. Make sure you listen to your Zoom cloud recording link. So some of you are just so excited about doing it, you forget to listen to it, because if you do not have audio, it is not a complete assignment. And then also, as I said, add the Notebook LM multiple choice questions that it gave to you with the answer key.
It's updated.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Daniel. So if you see in terms of the assignments there, Am I in the wrong one? I'm in H. I should be in, not good. I should be in J. So, yeah, so it's done on all of them, right?
It's done on, well, in the audit, it's done on all of them.
It's on all of them. Okay, and then there'll be.
Normal, I'm doing the
Yeah, I'm doing the wrong one. Okay, so let me just do the J audit.
Yeah, the audit was up to date.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to go assignment groups. I have my group assignment, right? My dynamic, and I see my notebook. And now under assignment, that makes so much sense. If, for instance, I go to the first one, right? Right. So let's do the same thing. So in the assignment, group 1, right? Right. And group 2, right? Dynamic voice assignment. And right in here already, dynamic voice assignment for group 2. Put your names here in your groups and what you've assigned as the chapters. Doesn't mean that you've done it already, but this way at least you know that it's done. Right? It's the same thing. So group 1 doesn't even so do it. So it's the same thing. So what I would do is I would already just even assign it just like you did here. Here you didn't know, but this one you had to do some research. It's not much, there's no research to do. Just put your names here. Okay? So that's number 1. That's my audit. Here's my assignment. This is what's due. This is my assignment. Now let me go to my Wiley reading and adaptive. In my Wiley reading and adaptive, you can do a couple of things, right? That I know I have information security. And that's, so if I looked at information security assignment, we're opening the assignment. I could go then. I see here 12 have completed it. So I know that Haley's completed it, and Navarre has completed it, and Mark. Mark, did you have a question for me? Mark, are you here?
Oh, yeah.
Did you have a question for me, Mark?
Yeah, I did have a question. It was on the quiz.
Okay, we're going to go over it. We'll go over the quiz, Mark. Extra credit for asking. So what Mark said is he did the quiz and he says, hey, I'm having issues with the quiz. I looked it up and it seems like it's sometimes multiple choices are a bit confusing. So if I look at it, it basically is talking, Mark, about what? Deliberate threats to information systems. Right, Mark? Was that the question?
Yeah, it was something about, like,
Yeah.
which one does not.
Yeah. So let me just do this. Sometimes it has some problems. So what I like to do for the Wiley Adaptive, if you're having some issues, just go to, Mark, just go to the Wiley Plus course resources, an extra credit, Mark, for, class participation and bringing this to our attention. That under, if I think about information security, and I go to the section that talks about deliberate threats to information systems. Let's see if it'll come up. There's a couple things I want to make sure that I would do. So in this case, it talks about 10 types of deliberate attacks. So Mark, I'm going to go with you as a sample since you brought it up. So will you go with me this time and we'll talk about it. So what do you understand is deliberate? Deliberate, it seems to me, as intentional, right, Mark? That there are many times that someone or a group of people are attacking deliberately versus unintentionally. I got a phishing attack. I didn't realize it. I got an email. They say, go click on this part, or somebody asked me to share my user ID. It's almost all the things that our CISO director said. Don't give deliberately, unintentionally. I gave my phone to someone and then they created damage. So they talk about 10 types of ways in which I can have software attacks. They give me some, it's a good idea to even look at some of these multiple choice questions, the methods of attacks that they do. In this case, they talk about ransomware. So, Mark, what is ransomware? Do you have any idea? Mark.
Well, I mean, I'm seeing it on your screen right now, but other than that.
Yeah, but have you ever heard of ransom? Have you ever heard about anybody being kidnapped and then they ask for ransom? God forbid, they kidnapped somebody in the family and they turned to the family and they said, give us ransom and we'll return your precious son to you, right? Have you ever heard of that? Mark?
Yeah, I definitely have.
Mm-hmm. So basically what happens with ransomware is instead of grabbing somebody and taking them and saying, hey, we'll give them back if you do such and such, give us money. Instead, there are bad actors that will go into, let's say, the University of Miami's medical center. Have you ever been to the health center, Mark?
Yeah, of course.
Well, not of course, not everybody, but unfortunately, maybe, or whatever. But you've been to the health center, and guess what? Do you think they have a computer system? Do you think they have health records on you?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And if let's say you had to do some surgery, some, inpatient surgery, they have it, Mark, and let's say, basically you broke your leg or they had to do a knee replacement or some kind of thing there, God forbid. And then what do they have? They have it on, it's your left knee, right? We have to do some kind of orthoscopic surgery on it. And those bad actors take over the computer and the surgeon can't get into the system. You think that's going to cause any problem? Of course it will. They won't even know who is assigned to that surgeon. They won't even know what leg it's going to be. So basically, you remember we talked about insurance and we talked about transference of risk? Basically, we can transfer the risk. And what I asked our CISO guy, and he said what? That insurance is going to take care of the ransomware. So, Mark, how do you think they want money, right? They're just not going to do it on the goodness of their heart. And let's say, hey, we need to be, and they said, you know what? We'll release it. As soon as we get the money, we'll release your computer system and you can start using it. So they go to the insurance company, and a lot of times the insurance company pays. How do you think they pay? In what currency, Mark?
They pay probably in crypto.
In crypto, right? They think that's going to be safer. Sometimes it's not, but they think so. So they don't tell us, but I bet that insurance company has, Bitcoin accounts to pay for that. So these are kind of Bitcoin accounts that they pay for that in terms of their systems, right? And all that theft, everything that's happening there, the identity theft that you've heard about before, that they can take over your identity, they can compromise your identity. And this, Mark, is the table I want everybody to look at. Put this in your notes, Mark. And Anna, make sure you have this table 4.2 in your book. And that is types of software attacks. And that, Mark, that question was not so clear, but this is what they were alluding to. There's some types of attacks of software that require a user action. So if you get, and a user basically is, I'm going to be a user, I'm in my email, and somebody basically tries to send me an email or an instant message that looks legitimate, and it may be they want to acquire some personal information, and I respond. I press on the link. All of these require user actions. A virus, viruses, worms, what we call phishing attacks, spear phishing attacks, whaling attacks. Those, and this is where it is. For that question, what was it? Whatever it is, it's going to be different based on, it's random, Mark, the order that you have. I think for you it's question 9. But you see here, remote attacks needing no user action. And that is denial of service attack. This is how they define it. An attacker sends so many requests to a target server that the target server can't manage them successfully, and it basically, sometimes they say system crash. Sometimes they do it, when they're doing like Ticketmaster, or sometimes they're trying to do it for streaming, sometimes for streaming some of these live demand shows and things like that. They'll get so many of those are sometimes are not done intentionally, but these are done intentionally, that the attacker sends so many requests that they get denial of service attack. A distributed denial of service attack is when an attacker takes over many computers and uses the bots. And sometimes what they do in order for the distributed denial of service is why they are so strict in us for our computer network is they'll grab our computers when we're on the university's network, and they'll use our computers without our knowledge attacking other systems. And that's what they call, the attacker uses a form of a botnet that will take many computers to attack it. So look back at that question, Mark, and look at remote attacks needing no user action. And was this one of the choices?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so that's what they were talking about. Even though some of these others really don't need a user, when they said a user doesn't need it, these are developed by a programmer. So that's what was confusing about that question, Mark, that when you were looking at backdoor and logic bombs, is the user isn't creating that, the program was. So this is why in that question they were looking for needing no user action was the denial of service. Even though this could be, when we talk about a user, the end user as myself or you, Mark, we're really not taking any action on these, but it was done by us, by the software. Does that answer your question, Mark?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
You're welcome. But why that's so good is everybody else would have the same type of question. So for the exam, I would look at these, knowing these are for the remote attacks, these are for no user action, and this is for developing the system. So these are the ways, and then checking your so let's look at this, Mark. We're on a roll. What type of attack sends numerous requests to a target computer system to cause it to crash? Is it A, virus, B, denial of service, C, Trojan horse, or logic bomb? Mark?
I think it's D, logic bomb.
Okay. Requests to target computer system to cause it to crash. What do you think, Anna?
I also thought it would be logic bomb.
Mm-hmm. Let's try it. Incorrect. And what is it? Mark? Denial of service, right? We talked about it. It's sending so many requests. Remember, Mark, when we were talking about those requests, denial of service, an attacker sends so many information requests to a target computer. that the system crashes. So you can see those as well. So this is a way in which to do it. What else I like in this, just so you know, if I choose, let me just choose here, introduction. Let's see if it comes up. You see in this case, Heidi on the side, when I go to the information sources, and it just starts with introduction to information systems, doesn't matter which section I'm in, I can search, I can go to the table of contents, I can go to my notes and my prompts. So you see that in any one that I can do here, I can then basically look at information security controls. And when I look at information security controls, it basically talks about, I know I'm going to be in danger, right, Heidi? I know that I'm at risk. I can't be 100% secure. You agree with me, Heidi? It doesn't matter, right? You go outside, right, and get in your car, right? You know you're not going to be 100% secure. But what do you try to do? You try to do some controls that what? You have some physical controls. When you go to your car, I would suppose that a good thing to do is to lock your car. Do you understand that, Heidi? You agree with me? You want to lock your car, and in this case with computer systems, you have physical controls, right? Just think about it, the building doors to my computer systems, right? I may have some guards around campus, right? Who can be doing this? It could be an employee trying to attack, it could be another attacker. I have some kind of, you have in the university, you have some kind of ID systems that you can get into rooms, get into computer rooms, you do, right? And then you have some kind of access controls, right? That you have some kind of access or password ID. And then what you can do then, that's kind of an access control, and that's a communication control. So these are controls that I'm going to be using when I'm at risk, and I'm going to try to reduce it. So what you can do, Heidi, you see this diagonal line here? You see that? So on this diagonal line allows you, first of all, gives you the keywords of that chapter. In this case, it's chapter 5. And then what I can do is I can edit it. I can look at some of those keywords. Let me just go back. And at this point, I have in this case information securities. I can go also to my keywords. I can see my content, and then I can edit it. I can end my session, and once I ended my session, notice I can do a quiz. Do you see that, Heidi? I can do flashcards quiz. I can do a quiz here, and I'll highlight quiz, and then I'll say get started. And basically here I can do some matching, and if I don't want to do matching, it can I can skip some of these. It can give me an instance. It can give me some flip cards. It can give me, in this case, a field or group of fields in one table that uniquely identifies a row of another table. So it can give me some multiple choice questions. I can give a central repository. So I can do in big data, and I can do others. So you can see that I can have it from chapter 5, I can have it from chapter 4, that I can do. So you'll see in this case, I have chapter 4 for security controls. And in those security controls, you can look at the documentation there. You can get access of all the materials on these physical controls, how to authenticate. Remember when I needed to authenticate someone? And then this is even what our CISO, our Chief Information Systems, said in authentication is something the user has. For instance, he has a smart card, he has a token, he has a regular ID card, something the user does. He can be voice recognition, keystrokes, and basically he can do those something the user knows. For instance, passwords, they ask us to repeat our passwords and change our passwords. I can get a password manager. We talked about multi-factor authorization. Remember our Duo? They're switching our Duo for who knows what. There's sometimes I can do not a password. I can do authorization. And then I have in which of the following best describes access controls. So if I look at those access controls, the best way to do it, basically, Ethan, is one of the following best describes access controls. Do you see this, Ethan? They only protect against physical intrusion into an organization's facilities. We're talking about access controls. They restrict unauthorized individuals from using information resources. They are purely software based, and they serve only purposes of checking calculations in an organization. So one of the things you're going to have to do, Ethan, is do multiple choice. So one of the things I would do in multiple choice is sometimes it's confusing. What I would always do is take out the ones that don't seem to make any sense whatsoever. So we're talking about access control. So which ones do you think don't make any sense?
Maybe
C doesn't make. They're purely software-based systems. They serve only the purpose of checking calculations. They restrict unauthorized individuals from using information. So what seems to be the best answer? Here they talk about physical, and here they're talking about access. So I don't think this is right. So what do you think?
Well, I'd go between B and D and.
Well, here, look at B and D. They restrict unauthorized individuals. That seems to be right. Do I want to? I would definitely, if you're unauthorized, I don't want you in my system. Don't you think so?
Right.
And they serve only the purpose of checking calculations. That doesn't seem to be. Also, Ethan, when I see only, I know that's not going to be good. So what do you think, Ethan?
You should go with B.
I think I'll go B. So you understand how I want you to do the exam? And they're talking about access. How do I gain access to a system? How do I gain access, right, at all, right? They restrict from using what? Information resources. And my information resource could be anywhere. So let me submit, and I'm okay. So that's what I want you to do in looking at any of those. And then they talk about communication controls. What are those? Those are all my firewalls, my virtual private networks that I talk about. Basically, on the internet, basically, everything, all that text is readable. So sometimes what people say is they want something more private. So that's called a virtual private network, where my regular internet is not private. And then I want basically to consist of ways in which communication controls. I don't want unauthorized people in my system. I'll create some kind of wall. It can be a firewall, it can be hardware, it can be software, it could be some basically encryption in which even if they get my data, they can't read it. So these are ideas in which they do, and these are examples of these firewalls. Always when I have a cloud, that means a browser, that means the internet, right? And then I have some kind of way in which they're not going to allow me into the system. So this is the idea of which I have the systems that I don't want my text that somebody can just read it easily. What encrypted means that it's going to be locked down, that it's not going to be easily read. Does it mean that no one can read it? Of course not. So these are kind of ways in which they're talking about it, the roles of applying then application controls. So these are the role. If I have an application, I want to prevent them people to see my application. To ensure that output is provided only to authorized users, to prevent unauthorized from accessing private networks, to perform actions that are part of the organization's record keeping, to edit input for errors. So what do you think it would be, Avery? So in this case, what are they talking about? Processing controls in application programs. So in application, so what do you think? To edit input data for errors before they're processed, this doesn't seem to be right. To perform actions that are part of the organization's record keeping, no. So it seems like C or D. Which one do you think? Let's choose. Doesn't matter. We'll see whether it's right. So Avery, what do you think? Role of processing controls. We want to control how applications are, and what are applications? Applications could be Blackboard is an application, right? So what do you think it would be?
I think C.
C. So we'll think. And then they'll tell us, what it is. So in this case, they think to perform, to ensure that it probably try again. So they're telling me what to do, and then I can try again, and they'll give it to me again, and you can proceed on it. So you can see, I just wanted to show you of what you can do with these systems that you can also get it to train you. On Monday, what we're going to do, Avery, on Monday, what we'll do is I'll give a list of terms. I'll give out questions for the exam. And when do we have, in this case, Avery, when do we have our exam?
Is it March 3rd?
March 3rd. That's basically on a Monday. And it's in person. And it's in the second floor, room 204. And it's on the computer, on the university's computers. But could a possibility that we have some issues with those computers? What do you think, Avery? Me being in this business for so long, I have to prepare for what? Backup and recovery, right?
Yeah, I hope there's no issues.
Yeah, but what should I do? But I can't guarantee that. Neither can you. So what do you think we should do? Everybody bring their laptop. And on your laptop, you should have the program Respondus. And you'll get a note there, but you'll have the program called Respondus downloaded on your computer, so you'll be able to take the exam if we can't get you a computer to work on. You got that, Avery? Most likely we'll have help. Daniel will be one of the proctors in the exam and helping everybody get online, and I appreciate that. Probably be an idea, Daniel, that probably next week to get in touch with those folks to check the computers again, Daniel, on Respondus. And maybe even send them out a note to our IT people in the business school that we're going to need them from 3:15 and on. What do you think? Think we'll have any problems?
Usually there's a few, but...
Yeah, there's a few, but at least we're getting, and guess what, Avery? We do a couple of weeks in advance of that. Am I control of, I have no control over those computers in that lab, right? We're talking about control. There's a group that's supposedly having control. So what Daniel graciously does is he checks himself, but he has no access. He doesn't have administrative rights to download anything on those software. So we have to get that IT group from the School of Business to be there ahead of time to check all those computers if they're working properly. And guess what, Avery? Some of those computers sometimes don't work, but we have extra computers there that mostly we don't have to have students use their own laptop. And those students that need more accommodation time are with me there, and they can have more accommodation time there. But usually, Avery, time is not the reason. You know, people finish on time. So the test will be done two parts. One part will be multiple choice questions similar to what can be generated by your assignment, right, by Notebook LM. Another one is you have quizzes all the time that you're taking multiple choice, and then through the book, and you saw even that you can do multiple choice questions on Wiley, and you can ask them. Plus, you can look at other multiple choice. In the audit area, you could look at everybody's multiple choice questions, right, Avery? It'd be interesting to see if they come up with the same questions or different. And then we'll have two open-ended questions. And what I'll do, Avery, since there could be so many different questions I can ask you, I'll give you a number of the questions, and I'll choose open-ended questions beforehand, and I'll choose two of them. So you'll know the open-ended questions. You won't know which ones are chosen, but you'll see that, so you can prepare rather than saying, I could ask you anything. You know, there's so much going on, right? Every week there's something new on Gen AI, you know, that from last week to this week are differences. So that's what I'll be asking, okay, for preparation for it. Anything else? Sabrina, anything else that I need to go over with you? So next week what I'll do is I'll do a review with you. And what else? Morgan, anything else that I need to talk about?
Not that I can think of right now.
Okay. All right. So when you think of it, let me know for next time, okay? So let me do attendance. Let's do attendance. And I'll do check-in. We'll get a number. And Daniel, if you'd be so kind and put that in the chat, 8191 in the chat. Once you put in your attendance, you're welcome to leave. If you need to speak with me on any personal issues, please stay with me after class. Otherwise, I'll look forward for your assignments for Monday and your homework, and bring any questions that you have about the assignments or the material, okay? So I'm going to stop sharing, and I'll stay with anybody that needs any questions. And Linnea, thank you so much for volunteering for the chat.
I just have a question.
Sure. Let me just. Is this something personal or about the group or what? About?
No, it's about the audit assignment.
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna keep the recording on because it may be useful.
Okay. So when I did it, when I made the 5 multiple choice questions, and then I asked the host to tell me about the 5 questions, it didn't respond, like it didn't know what I was talking about. So I just read out loud what the questions were, and then it talked about them. I don't know if that was okay, or if I...
You could do that, or you could ask any other question. And what does that mean to you, Linnea? What does that mean that it didn't know about those multiple choice questions?
Then maybe it wasn't a part of, like, it didn't say...
It wasn't part of the sources. What you could do is take those multiple choice questions ahead of time, put that in your sources, put it in as a text file or paste it, and then it could then see those it's as if they could see those questions, and they create the podcast based on your sources. And sometimes they create based on whatever language model they have. They may know some other things. So if you wanted to redo it, it's up to you. Is you would then put the multiple choice questions. You'd create first in the chat, the middle section, those chat. You can copy it and paste it, or take a text file, because it receives text files, or they said you could even paste. You could paste it in that sources section, and then you could even customize it and say, also concentrate on my multiple choice questions and other possible multiple choice questions, because make it this podcast as if I were a student preparing for an exam. And then you could then ask it questions. What you found, which was excellent, is on the fly, it doesn't know what you're talking about because it needed to be in sources. In that middle section of you just chatting, that's for you. An improvement to that Notebook LM, you could say, is it should also take the middle section of your chatting and create it as a source. But right now, in terms of the podcast, it takes everything from the source column, not the middle column. And I give you basically kudos that you're thinking about it, and you're wondering, what I'm saying? You're wondering why it didn't happen. Another student would just say, oh, it just didn't do it. But you want to think about how the model is. It's not clairvoyant, and it's not even a person that's thinking on the fly. It's not a person.
Yeah. So should I just put in like the takeaways?
You can put it in the takeaway. What do you think, Daniel? Because Daniel will be grading it.
I think in takeaways it'll work.
Okay.
You put it in takeaway of improvements.
Okay.
One, improvements of what Google could do, and improvements what the user could do to get it to talk about it. Put it in the sources section.
Okay.
Did the audio come out for you?
I'm not sure. I didn't see a link.
No, but I'm saying the audio in terms of did you listen to your
I did.
and you heard it. So the other thing you need to do is make the shareable link for your podcast.
Okay.
And you saw you could make it after the assignment. You can just go back to your Create Notebook and look at your podcast, and you'll see that share button there, and make it public, and then copy the link. But excellent. Think about it that way. That's what we're kind of trying to do, because what they'll be using in your future, what you'll be doing, think about it hand in hand and working with the Gen AI. Is you're trying to get it better, and then you'll go to the designers and tell them, hey, this is what we need to do. Or you'll train the users. What's your major?
I'm undeclared.
Okay, but whatever you'll do, right, you're going to be working hand in hand on it. Or even if you're doing consulting, basically say, hey, you have to figure out ways in which you best can work it. And you see, this way's not working. Let's think outside the box and say, let's put it in the source and see what happens. Very good. Think about it that way. Okay, great. Isa, is it personal or about the project?
No, it's just personal. I'm just.
Okay, let me just stop then the recording. Personal. Okay. Remember, need to know.
Oh, but it's not like
I know, but anyways, the need to know, even of that. Okay, how can I help you?
So I'm just a little bit stressed about like the exam, because I feel like it's gonna be so much material, and I don't know specifically. Like obviously, I can go through and like continue on taking notes in the like book and whatever.
Okay, so what I suggest is on Monday, we're going to give you a list of topics that we'll cover. One thing I would suggest you do, I would go over also the multiple choice that I've already given you.
Like the quizzes.
The quizzes. Go over the quizzes from the regular quizzes, the Wiley quizzes. In the Wiley, you also have multiple choice. What did you say, Daniel?
Also the Notebook LM questions.
The notebook LM questions.
For the, what do you mean, like the Wiley, like the adaptive assignments?
Yeah, and the adaptive assignments. And also under Wiley, did you see where I put that you can, it will ask you multiple choice questions? It will do
Oh,
quizzes.
like you mean like the randomly generated ones on the textbooks?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And they'll give you a bunch of them too. Let me just share my screen.
Okay.
Yeah. Remind me on Monday. But that's what I would
Okay.
do. And then on Monday, I'll also give you open-ended questions, possible open-ended questions. So you'll have those in advance. I may give you like 5 or 6 open-ended, and I'll choose 2 of them.
Okay.
So you can prepare, rather than thinking of a million type of questions, you could ask me an open-ended. Just concentrate on those, let's say 6 questions, and I'll pick 2 of them.
Okay. And are the questions just like the ones on the quiz, or is it like true or false questions as well?
Could be true and false too, but mostly multiple choice.
Okay. Thank
But
you
if
so
you know
much.
the multiple choice and the true and false, you'll know it too, right?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, welcome. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Any comments?
No, I think everything's going well. I updated everything. I changed the audit as you saw.
We're good, and I think that's great for us. I think and that's what I'm saying. It's perfect now. We have her too. She seems like.
Yeah. I actually know her. She
Yeah.
was in a class of mine.
And how was she?
Good student.
What I loved about it, she tried it 4 times.
Yeah. No, she's on top of everything.
You know what I mean? But who tries it 4 times and then finally got it?
Yeah.
Right? Luckily, most of them don't even try it once.
Yeah, she would always panic before exam.
Yeah, right. But she was perfect for this. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Whether we'll see how it works. You know, Daniel, you're my lead here. Whether it works out for, you know what I mean, for next semester if we want her to continue. But for this, she was just perfect for it. You know what I mean? And she was.
She goes to all the events and everything. She'd always be telling me like, oh, there's this, there's that.
No, but she went. This is great. She's on time. But and she's been with me before. But when she said, "Oh, let me show you how to do it public," you know,
That's very good.
you know what I mean. That she
That's
found.
the type of people we need.
Yeah, right. That they can help you. That you don't have time to look at all that, right? Some of the other teaching assistants in training, I don't. You know what I mean? They're not taking. They don't do anything, and they're not any better than, you know, any other. So that's what I want is somebody that's active that we can kind of say, hey, we'll continue. You want somebody to contribute to you, not somebody to be a burden to you or not to be useless. Okay, so we'll talk later. We'll talk after. You have time after class? A few minutes? And then we'll talk about, oh, I have a couple of things. Maybe I'll tell you right now. I'll have my couple of things that I have for by Daniel here. Hold on. Oh, this was what I wanted. A couple other things is, one is Wix. I don't think she ever sent us the codes. Did she ever send you the code? So can you be so kind and send Ellery, tell her that it may have been an oversight that she told me that she was going to get our code. She told me I was going to get it in 2 days. And then also ask her when are the next webinars that we can attend. Maybe start off at when are the next start off with not the codes. You know, we have to try to look like we're, right? When are her webinars? Are there any webinars coming up? Are they recorded? So if we can't make it at those times, does she have recordings of it? And 3, I understand, you know, from Dr. Rushnick that you said that you would be handing out the codes, and maybe we missed it or something, you know, in a way, assuming, you know, that we could use that there was going to be, and she made it like, oh, I'll get you codes and they'll be done in 2 days. So maybe, yeah, I'm sure she's been. Yeah, reach out for.
I think it's to Matt, right?
Savannah.
Savannah.
Okay, but put Matt in there and put Raphael. I don't
Jose,
know.
yeah, Rafi.
Yeah, put those three, and that we need, first we need the respondents to be checked in all the computers and to let you know, about that. I don't know if you're in the
The
lab or so.
speaker, right?
What?
The speaker.
You mean the mic?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the mic. And the other thing is, that we need their folks to be there at 3:15, and at the beginning at 5, at 5 o'clock, and at 6:20 or something like that.
Okay.
That we need that there's 3 sections this semester, so we would like somebody at the beginning, at least, of each of the sections to help us if we have any problems. And really, they've done an excellent job. Just let them know, that we really do appreciate. That's one thing that they've done a good job in terms of being there and being on time and helping us. That's one thing. Okay, great. So we got those, and then we'll talk on just a few minutes. I don't want to keep you today, but then on Saturday at 10 a.m.
I have
What?
an exam next period. This is the study.
Can you take it with you?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Is it small? It's only you, Daniel. You got to take a picture and just post it somewhere.
Oh, I gotta
Just,
look at it.
I know. Okay, you can do like this,
He
zoom
said we
in.
could bring one note card this size.
Okay, all right. So you got
Got
everything.
pretty little.
And you know what? You probably never even look at it.
No, I know it all.
You know what I mean? So those are usually I tell people. I used to tell people in exams and sometimes, and it was just I said if you don't know it, you can look all day long. Okay, all right. Talk to you later. Ciao. Bye. Hi, how are you doing?
I have a meeting right at 7:50. Is it okay if I leave just a few minutes early for
Yeah,
class
yeah,
today?
hopefully we'll finish. Remind me, Sydney, why don't we remind me to take, just unmic yourself and said, Dr. Rutt, can you take,
I think you're muted.
am I muted?
Sorry.
Am I muted? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Just remind me. I'll try to end a few minutes early anyways, so people can ask questions. So just remind me in case I go over. You know, I tend to talk a bit. So,
Okay, thank you.
my pleasure. So hopefully we can work it out. So did you look at the assignment, Sydney?
For the notebook LM.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did it, but then I just saw the email that there's something added to it.
Well, one part, could you get the voice?
Yeah, I got it too. All of its words.
Okay, so you could hear it.
Yeah.
The only thing you need to add is, and I'll talk about it all, I'll talk to you about it, but it's just to add the link, and that you can do afterwards. Just go back to your notebook, and where it is in the podcast, there's like a share button, and make it public.
I think I made it public, but I'll...
But you need to copy the link of the podcast. Put it in your notes.
Okay.
How was it? What did you think about it?
I thought it was really cool. It was fun to like figure it out because I'd never heard of it before, but
That's the beauty of the class, isn't it?
yeah,
If you heard about all this stuff before, then it would be a waste of the class. You know what I mean? That's the greatest part. Is that every week you hopefully are getting to evaluate it. And my case is there are always going to be improvements to it. It's always going to be changes, but at least we're kind of like, just like, did you join the discussion?
Did I?
Yeah, you went and joined the podcast when they were speaking.
Oh yeah, I did the part where you like asked.
See, but the problem with that is they don't record it. And the problem is you don't have a transcript of it. But we'll probably, maybe what I'll do is there's competitors now out there. So we'll maybe look at some of the competitors. But that's what I want in your reflections. Maybe what you can do is think more on the reflections part, on parts that they can improve, parts that even besides just as a student you could use that. How could businesses use it? Remind me again, Sydney, what is your major?
Marketing.
Marketing. So how could basically marketing agency use it, or people in marketing, how could they be using it? You know, would that be helping, in terms, think about it. It's also going to be used as a podcast to kind of come up with ideas, The other thing it seemed to be is like, if you were asking questions in the chat, like multiple choice questions, other students were saying the podcast didn't know about the chat part. So whatever's produced in the chat, like your multiple choice questions, you may want to copy it to the sources and then generate the podcast. Because people were asking questions about the multiple choice questions and they had no clue about it, because think about it, it's not a human. They're just taking the sources and training themselves on the sources. Plus, it's a generic language model, so it knows some things that you could ask it about. You know what I mean? But it's limited. Still not that, but it will get better. And that's what really is the key, is training it with more sources. And then it can really help, I think. And then come up with some innovative ideas. And then maybe even in marketing, come up with, hey, we got to do a marketing plan. How can you help? This is about our customer. These are all the ideas of our customer. Put in those sources. You come up with some. The middle part is almost like a regular Gemini or ChatGPT in the middle. Take that information and make it as another note. Make it move more and more into the sources so it can start learning. So that's what it's learning from. And then you can put even videos in there you know, and then it takes the transcripts, and then later on it can read the screen and others. It'll get good. Okay, so we're getting people coming up and running here. Everybody. I'm going to say okay. Seems like there's some kind of respiratory stuff going around campus here. The good part up until now is I say at least we're not infecting each other on this part, and if you're really feeling down and out and sniffling and stuff, you don't have to be completely down. Okay. If I've given you permission, you know, not to share, that's fine. Hope everybody recovers if those are doing it, and I appreciate even those that are recovering are joining us. That's the beauty here. Okay, any questions before I begin? Otherwise, we'll go through it. Okay, so do I have any volunteers to moderate the chat? You want to do it then, Sydney, and then that way you can, when you need to, remind me to end a few minutes earlier that way. Anyone else that wants to join Sydney in moderating the chat for class participation? Anyone? Really? Okay. Catherine. Okay, fine. I don't know why everybody wouldn't raise their hand when it was pretty great way to get class participation. Okay, so let me start off recording. As people are coming in, I'm recording to the cloud. I am streaming, live streaming to YouTube. Going to my channel. It is Training YouTube. Going live. And it's preparing. Hopefully it's meeting that Zoom. I can stay within Zoom. It's having an application program interface, an API, shaking hands with Zoom, and it seemed like it works perfectly. Okay. So I'll move this down, and then I can ask any questions. Okay, welcome back. What I want to do tonight is continue talking about Gen AI and some products. I'll talk about our assignment for next week. I'll also talk about our exam, on preparations for our exam. I'll start even today. Next week, I'll give you some details about our exam. I'll give you basically almost like a study guide of list of terms you need to know. The format of the exam, let me talk about it now. The format of the exam will be in the computer lab in the School of Business in room 204. We'll meet at the time of the class of 6:35. You can come a few minutes early. We'll be doing it on the computers in the lab, but could there possibly be, Quinn, any issues with my hardware? Got any? And me being in the business for a while, I know there's always going to be issues, so what do I have to do? It's like we talked about controls, prepare for backup and recovery, business continuity. In case I have some computers that are down, right? Just like we were talking about business continuity, I have to come up with some ways to get around it. So what could I do for controls, Quinn? You understand what the problem is? I have computers there. We're going to be hooking to the internet. We're going to be using Respondus, and I have my exams. We'll be taking it through Blackboard. So
we should bring our own computers.
yeah, bring your own. Everyone's required to bring your own laptop. We hope, and have Respondus downloaded on your computer. So just in case, I have more computers in that physical room than my student numbers, but you never know that we always have backup, right? That you can say, hey, what am I going to do? Well, you can always flip up your computer and you can gain access to it. But we'll, for our sake, I've talked about it before. Everything that you do in this class up to the exam was open book, open note, open internet, open people. The only time everything is going to be closed, except for your mind, is on the tests. So what I'm going to do is the test will be set in two parts. One part will be like the quizzes, multiple choice, true, false, mostly multiple choice questions. And there'll be another part of open-ended questions. The multiple choice will be very similar to the quizzes that you took, to the multiple choice that you saw in Wiley. And guess what? Also can be coming from something like Notebook LM, right? That is asking you, right, Sydney, a number of multiple choice questions. You have all those multiple choice questions you'll have available to you, right, in the audit area, that you can even not only check your group, but you can even, if you'd like, you can check your other groups. It'd be interesting to see on Notebook LM, do they give repetitive questions? You know, when I ask, it may be the way in which you ask those questions, rather than saying, give me 5 multiple choice questions with the key, with the answers based on this material, meaning that I would like to prepare for the an exam, and maybe if I were in chapter, let's say 4, I would concentrate maybe on areas in which you feel less secure about, and then give me questions based on controls, you know, access controls, physical controls, communication controls. So you can even narrow it down. Another part where I told you about, it'd be interesting, is once you ask for the multiple choice questions in that chat area of Google Notebook, is then copy those and paste them into the sources and then do the podcast. And then make that podcast available to be publicly shared. So you could even just listen to it as you take a walk or something like that. So that is an option too. The open-ended questions, what I'll do on the open-ended questions for everyone is I'll give you, let's say, 4 to 6 questions, open-ended questions, and I'll choose, out of those, I'll choose 2 of them. So ahead of time, Finley, you'll have those questions, those open-ended questions, and I will choose from those that I give you. So those 4 to 6 questions, I will choose 2 of them. So it won't be, Finley, to me it's just so impossible. What could I ask you? I mean, every day it changes, right? Here that we see, there'll be so many things. So this kind of not only eases stress levels, but it also, I think, gives you a way in which you can answer the questions more intelligently and considerably better than just being popped in and just trying to make up something, because it's going to be closed, you know, book and everything else. It's not like before. Okay? So that's how the format will be. You'll bring your pictured ID to the exam. You'll check in and check out to make sure, for authorization purposes, you are who you say you are, right? In that way we can do that. Any questions about the exam? Anything that I need to do? So what today is, I'm going to go over the assignment. I made a couple of changes on the assignment. I saw there was a couple issues there. I want to go into more in depth on data and security. And any impressions of the I have my own impression. Any impressions of the Chief Information Security Officer talk? Greta, were you here? Or just your camera was off last time?
Yeah, I was here.
Okay, what are your impressions? We're not,
I mean, it was interesting. It was interesting to like hear his takes. I feel like we just don't really think about what's going on behind the scenes, and I thought it was interesting how he was saying that there's a lot of like security breaches and like a lot of like data stealing on the days of like football games where like everyone's like in the system and stuff. So I thought that was interesting.
uh-huh. Okay. And what was your impression, Catherine?
The library, so I can't really talk about it.
Okay, how about the other Catherine? Catherine Bremer?
I thought it was really interesting, and it made me understand more why we use like the duo code every single time we have to log in and stuff. Because I don't know, I kind of wondered about that. So.
Yeah, and my impression is they don't do a good enough job of communication. Sydney, if you think about like marketing, there's so much in the background that I think they would be doing well of why am I doing all these restrictions? Giving awareness. And also what was interesting to me is employees have to take a security awareness module, and they're requiring that. And it was interesting that they're not requiring that of students. And when you think about it, students, I think, are the most vulnerable. Anyone ever see, it's an old movie. I don't even think probably most of you, it was called Catch Me If You Can. Anybody hear about it? It was a movie of this con artist. And it was done really well. And this con artist, what he did is he pretended to be a number of people. He was a doctor. He pretended to be a doctor. It was based on a real story. He pretended to be a surgeon, airline pilot. I mean, it was the most outrageous kind of things that he was. And he was a computer hacker. And he went to prison. And then when he came out, the FBI hired him. It's almost like those hackers that if you think about all those, I think the CISO may have mentioned it as well, but there's a number of people that after they've been in jail or maybe that's part of their deal plan, is they work for the other side. They're the criminals, and then let me work for the good guys, supposedly. The good guys, and I'll tell you how a hacker thinks. You almost have to be a hacker mentality to prevent another hacker. It's almost like almost of the terrorists and things like that. So it was interesting. So I went, I'm involved in a number of tech companies and doing it. So I was invited to the Four Seasons for a dinner, and the real guy was there giving a dinner. And I must say, it was from a tech company, that they hired him. So they must have paid him a lot for his speaking engagement. And I still remember the dinner. It was lobster and steak. I mean, it was all 9 yards. And I, never eat steak and lobster, and I enjoyed it. But I must admit, and I've heard a lot of talks before, but a lot of people, but there was not, when he started speaking, and there was still, I think, steak and lobster on everybody's plate, no one was clamoring with their silverware. Everybody was like in awe. And I sat there, and I am very skeptical. If you know me, right, already, I don't believe anything anybody tells me. I want verification. This guy, I was like this the whole time. And I couldn't believe his story, and it was so convincing, his story, that at the end of my drive home, I guess it was the Four Seasons in Brickell. On my drive home, I thought to myself, I was amazed how great he was, and then I thought I was conned. I just got it after a half hour. I was conned. And what he said, I'll still remember. He says, who the hackers are after are not the people in healthcare, or the old people in Medicare and things like that. Who they're really, his idea, who they're really trying to hack are university students. And the reasoning why was more amazing to me. The reasoning why, anybody want to guess? Why was he thought the biggest hacks would be for you guys. They're not going to be going after me, they're going to be going after you. And why, in university settings, and why? Any idea? What do you think, Colin? Why would they want to go after you and not me?
Maybe because like you probably have like a future, so like because you're coming out of college and you're gonna go into a job.
Exactly, Colin. He said they're gonna get your data, but they're not gonna hack you now. They're gonna wait 5 years. And then they're gonna hack you, and then he said they won't relate it to the university. Because let's say, Colin, you graduate, right? If they hack you right now and do something, they know, okay, it's University of Miami, I have all the team. If you graduate and in 5 years you get hacked and a bunch of you get hacked, you'll be in different places, and they won't even relate that it's coming from the university. They'll hold on to it for 5 years with that future. So that was kind of interesting to me on that. And then, so I'm glad that you found it, at least in that sense, because I work with a number of these folks. I have some issues with them, and they've heard my complaints about it, is that I think they just don't differentiate the values of things. Remember how we think about even that chapter on controls, and everything's at risk, and sometimes I sense that they put everything at the same risk. Like getting into Blackboard as the same thing as getting into the medical system. Or, like he says, that, they don't think about the idea of life and death kind of things, as I mentioned before. Another point that is interesting is that I don't think they educate you enough about the proper securities. And two, I'm not sure, that reasoning for moving to Duo to Microsoft, if I buy it. I view it as a little bit skeptical there. It may be that Microsoft gave them a better deal, in terms of, we're a big user of Microsoft, so I don't know about that one. But he is, he takes it seriously. And there's another thing that I wanted to share with you. People in that position don't last long periods of time. I'd say it's like a 4-year way, and then they move on to other positions, or they move on to other places. And usually when they get hacked, and it makes big news, that's the person they get rid of, and that person that they get rid of, he or she just goes to another organization. So they kind of just move around. That's why a lot of times they're good in networking to see which place they do, or they go to companies. I know a number of those that then they go and work for the vendors, and then the vendors then sell to the others. So our other one that happened as well. So that's an interesting aspect to it. I think what I'll end up maybe for another class is invite the city of Coral Gables. I'm also the advisor to the city of Coral Gables. They try to be a smart city, and they have the chief information officer in charge of innovation. He's done a lot of different things. So I think I'll invite him with another guy from England to give us a presentation as well. Okay, so I think it's sometimes interesting to get their perspective that we can have. Okay, anything else I need to share? So let me just share. I appreciate it. Okay, I can get rid of this, I think. No, I don't want. I'm going to cancel this. I want to go to my Zoom, Okay, so everybody see themselves, kind of. We know that that's working, so let's see here. Okay, so first thing, what do I want to do? I want to look at what's due. So I know what's due is assignment 5. That's going to be for Monday, which is the audit assignment using what I call the dynamic voice AI assignment. The readings of information security, the adaptive assignment, and the quiz for information security. So let me do this. Let me just go to the audit area. Let me close this and go to K, audit. And under K audit, I see under the assignment groups, you'll see that there have been a couple. You should have gotten an email from Daniel that I asked them to make a few changes. If you look at this folder, then under dynamic voice assignment, make sure when you do the Zoom cloud recording link that you actually listen to it. The other thing is the generation of the notebook podcast takes about 5 minutes sometimes. You can see that this is kind of a way in which they're doing a lot of this beta, so it takes a while. So pause your recording and then make sure that you also publish the Notebook LM audio link, which is here, and make sure you post that. You'll use Zoom, so when you use Zoom, besides doing a cloud recording without password, make sure you have the AI companion, which you should have gotten out as well. And this area I want you to expand upon. The reflections, your issues, and improvement ideas. Reflect on how this was useful or not. I think a lot of this, we're using it in education, of course, in preparing you for exams, but I also want you to think about is this useful for business? And how could business possibly use that? So put some time into that. And also, what improvements do you see that you could see this being done? One of the improvements I see is like that podcast and me interacting, which is new. I'd like that to be recorded again. I'd also like to get the transcript of that podcast, that I wouldn't have to go to other sources. And this Notebook LM multiple choice questions that it produces, when it produces in your chat area, go ahead and copy that and put it into your sources before you do your podcast. And then you have the answer key. And then you can see under the assignment groups, let me just go to a group here. Under the assignment group, then under the individual, make sure underneath here that you would put then each person in your group, similar to what you did here of Loom, QuickTime, and screen recording, put which chapters you have done. So make sure that you do that as well under the assignment group. Okay? Any questions? Is that straightforward? Okay, Frank, do you have any questions about that?
No.
Okay. Frank, do you have any comments on the CISO guy?
I thought it was really cool that he mentioned that Waze and Google Maps is able to use our data to give it out to the insurance companies to see how we drive. That's just crazy, and it's kind of scary. Like,
No, your data's being used all the time.
I don't
You know
want
what I mean?
mine.
And even when you, and the problem is, when he said, don't accept the cookies and just do like essential. First of all, what is essential? And number two, if you don't accept anything, a lot of times you can't go to any of these sites. And you can't, and you can't use any of these. What?
If you don't accept their terms and conditions, they're just gonna not let you use it.
Yeah, that's it. Those are, the issues here. It really is. I really hate the fact that they're gonna. I have doubts about them going from Duo to Microsoft. That all of a sudden he says Duo, can be hacked. Well, I didn't want to be rude in the sense of give me examples where we were hacked. Where we really hacked. But I think that is the thing. I don't like the idea, and I don't know if it's true that by the next version of Microsoft, I have to have a face recognition. Right? This is what he claims. I don't know if it is completely true that I cannot use, Duo never asked me for any biometrics, but this new version of Microsoft is going to ask me for my biometrics. I really don't like that, Think about all our Gen AI that can clone our voices. Think about what they can do with, now taking all my biometrics. So it is, but the other idea is we're going to be underneath our mattress and I won't even be talking to you. You know what I mean? It's, and it's everywhere. I was at the dentist today and, he was a guy in his 50s or something. And he was saying, oh, I'm scared of AI. And then I looked at the way he works in dentistry. I said, you must be working when dental school. I don't think you're working any differently. And they were measuring me for something. I had to have impressions and stuff. A computer could do a much better job, of measuring. And they're sitting there with their little filer, giving me a crown. Give me a break, And he's complaining that it's going to take away 90% of that. Looking at an X-ray. You know how they look at an X-ray? Oh, this is a little gray. To me, everything looks gray and white. How does he know? I think it's this. And I went to him because I wanted a second opinion, and they gave me two completely different opinions on the same X-ray. Wouldn't it be great that if you trained it, that the computer could be another part of that and say, hey, they could do a lot better job. And he maybe has experience of, let's say, 1,000 patients. Let's say. Think about it. I could train it for 1 million patients or 2 million patients. So there's trade-offs in all of this. And I'm at the point.
A possibility where one day the robots are actually the surgeons and they don't mess up.
Yeah, no, there's still now robotic surgery that does, that part. Radiology. I think, in X-rays. I personally had, some, pathologists give me completely wrong information, and then, what I made her do? I made her sit with me and go through all her slides. It was like I know nothing about pathology. I had an entire pathology, session with her. And I said, well, how did you miss it? So she says, I don't know. And I said, well, if you had an AI, at least it would say, hey, look at this. It's patterns, right? So you could do it. But so it's going to take time in healthcare. Also in healthcare, it's, life and death. But there it really can help. Looking at patterns, training it, going back. I know what the part of it, what's supervised learning? Supervised learning, Frank, is that I as a human know what the answers are. I'm giving it to the computer to train. When it makes a mistake, I can correct it, just like a person, right? I can correct it. And then I do unsupervised training, where then it picks up things that I don't know the answer and finds insight. So that it goes back and forth. You know what I mean? That part of it is that we give up, but you know, it's nothing's, you know, black and white. It's all, you know, grayed out there. So I just wanted to share that with you, that you can see it. But I liked it that you get his perspective, you know, and he's extremely nice, and he's extremely, you know, open. He tries out new technology, and when he didn't know, he, you know, is able to say he didn't know, and he gave kind of ideas here. Okay, so we know we got that part. I know I have it. So let me do another couple of things with you here, showing you also how to prepare for the exam, and also kind of what's important. So let me go to Wiley Readings. Everybody go to Wiley Readings. And what I like to do sometimes is, Wiley has some problems with its servers and things too, but these are the chapters that we're going to have for the exam, right? From 1, the tech hardware, the tech software, data knowledge, and information security. And especially the last 2 chapters are key, because we're going to be working on that more and more. But let me just go. Also, you have here Wiley course resources, which have all the chapters, and it even has more materials if you want. So if you go into Wiley Plus resources, you see that it breaks it down to information security. And if you want to, this is just, if you would like, is you have videos by the author of the book. Be interesting. You have that. And let me just even go into one I'll show you here. Is they talk about unintentional threats to information systems and deliberate threats to information systems. So you can see that the CISO was talking about the unintentional threats to information, that we as end users not intentionally, you know, start clicking on links, some of it that we don't know, but there's also deliberate threats. And in the deliberate threats to information systems, that means what? That someone had an intention to do harm. You know, it's like what he called bad actors, you know, from espionage to sabotage to theft of equipment, right? And it's usually compromised intellectual property, software attacks, cyber, you know, terrorism, cyber warfare. You can imagine what's that. Basically, we don't even know all of what's happening behind the scenes, of course. Only after it's done do we even get a whiff of what's happening. But if you go down here, you can look at some of these multiple choice questions as well, you know. They basically, like in this scenario where a person infiltrates a company and steals proprietary information, what kind of deliberate attack is being executed, whether it's competitive, industrial, trade show, things like that, extortion. So you can look through those types of questions. Ransomware, that's what I was asking. So if you think about Greta, the ransomware is basically shutting down like the hospital system here. You know, what do is they basically invade. They don't have the proper controls. They invade the servers where health records are. They're able to shut it down and say, listen, university, hospital XYZ, will be happy to allow you to get into your system that you have surgeries tomorrow, right? If you do what? You pay us. And notice, I found it interesting, is their payments was through what? Through the insurance company. They're the ones that probably have Bitcoin accounts, right? So the university doesn't have to say they have Bitcoin accounts for that, right? And then the protections, what they're using here, which is interesting. But what I wanted you to look at, here's some questions here, but, what's a primary attack? How do they get in? Here's some multiple choice questions. But what I think is, you can go through some of those questions. You can get, for studying, people were asking me. This table 4.2, everybody put a note here. When you go to the book, look at table 4.2, types of software attacks. And in there, this is how it's broken up. This is how the authors of the book describe it as remote attacks. So it's from outside, it's requiring user action. What's difficult here, what I think is, who is the user? Am I the user? You're the user? Who is the user? But it's basically saying like viruses attached to another program, and if I open up a program, I'll get it. A lot of times I'll download. I think that's what also the CISO was trying to make you understand, is you want to go to a reliable, you have less of a chance, not completely zero, that if you go to a reputable source downloading software, you will not get a virus. What a worm is, what a phishing attack, basically attacking for sensitive personal information by masquerading as official, looking for emails like they are coming from someone that I know, but it's really not them. Spear phishing, where it's specifically looking for individuals, certain individuals to obtain sensitive information. This is called remote attacks requiring user actions. This is where I want you to pay attention. This is what the book calls remote attacks needing no user action. So on the multiple choice questions, I think even on the quizzes from chapter 4, there was a question like that, and the answer, I think it was denial of service attack versus a distributed denial of service attack. So these, if you see a multiple choice question for remote attacks needing no user action, put that in mind. So this is when an attacker sends so many information requests to a target computer that it basically ceases to function. And this is what they use at universities. This distributed denial of service attack, what this is, it's just not one computer attacking other servers, but it's what they call like bots, or a whole botnet. It's almost like you see those drones that come in completely. You have a distribution denial of service. And how does it affect universities is in the network. When we all log into the network, if they don't have the proper controls, what they're afraid of, the university, is they will then attach to our computers. We all kind of attach with our laptop computers into the network. Then they put a piece of software onto our systems, and we don't even know it because it runs in the background. It then is my computer then becomes one of their bots in their botnet, and I help them attack another server. Do you understand that, Greta? So that's kind of, this is more lethal than this. And this, they don't even have to buy computers. They don't even have to, I'm sitting on the network not even aware that I'm part of this gang. Think about it, like a drive-by shootings or something. I'm part of this drone attack, and I'm one of the drones, and I don't even know it. So this is the key. So what happens here, these attacks by a programmer developing a system, in a way, is not clear, because here it says needing no user action. You'd think here the user is the end user, but this is attacks by the programmer. So this and this section are different. So this is when software is infiltrated by a programmer that hides in another computer program when I'm downloading it, or a back door where they say typically a password known only to the attacker allows him access to the computer system, or a logic bomb that sometimes they'll do that for disgruntled employees. Those disgruntled employees will leave and then say, hey, it's almost like the idea what Colin said is, I'll go steal university's data and then I'll get you maybe 5 years later. This logic bomb, after I leave my place of work, maybe it'll go off in 6 months and they won't attribute it to me. So this is important for you to look at. And even in doing that chapter 4 notes there on that remote attacks there. So this is what then you can see here. You can check your what type of attacks request to target a computer system to cause the crash, right? So this is sending numerous requests to target the computer system. So these are questions that you should look at. And then the other part where I think is the issue here is you cannot, software that we're talking about before you go on, is that, let me just see this again, is the idea here is those deliberate attacks. And then what's important also to note, and he alluded to it before, is this: information security controls. Make sure that life is like this. There's no 100% guarantee. I step out of my house, my security is compromised. Even in my house, my security, is compromised. Risk, I have to assess it. I know there is risk. I just have to say what I want to do is mitigate it. The way that I mitigate it, I lessen it, is the idea of what they call information security controls. You need to know about this information security controls. And when you think about it, it's a way in which organizations put in controls, and you do it even in a daily life, but it's implementing those where I want to protect what? My information assets. A lot of times it's not even information, right? I want to protect my building. I want to protect my employees. Remember, I want to protect a number of things. But here we're talking about information assets. And the way that they do it is by controls, or what we call countermeasures. So what there is there's going to be diverse threats into an organization. And what we want to have is layers of control, layers that we can do it, and they're going to be it. So this area here is very simplified, too simplified in my mind, but there's the physical controls. So we're going to be in the computer lab taking our tests in room 204. What do they have? They have an ID system to let you in. Notice there's a back door, and maybe in the back door somebody puts, as I said before, a brick there that you don't understand. And then there's a way in which there's access controls into the system. This is the physical, right? I'm going to put a fence in. I'm going to put a guard there. I'm going to put a building door. I'm going to lock it, right? One of the things they used to have when we had more of the computer labs is what they ended up doing is they used to have it not locked. They used to have a memorial building. They used to have it between 8 and I think like 10 o'clock at night. They used to keep the doors open. There were automatic doors. So they say, why bother with that? We'll have automatic doors so everybody that, is part of the university when they have classes can go in. What happens in March 10th this year? Frank, what's on March 10th this year at the university? What's special about it? That week.
Is that around the exam date?
Our exam is March 3rd. What's on March 10th? What's that week? Colin, what's in that week?
It's spring break.
Spring break. So they basically scheduled between 8 and 10, it'd always be open, the calendar, and they started it from January, what was it, 15th or something, to May 15th. What did they forget? They forgot spring break, there's no classes. 2 years in a row, they stole computer equipment in those labs. 2 years in a row. Why? Because it must have been an inside job, right? But they knew that they kept it open. So those ideas of those physical controls, there's somebody needs to be auditing and see what are they being done here. And those access controls is the same thing of how they're going to access it. And here you can think about it is I need to protect it with those, basically, when I think about it. So here they talk about physical control, access control. It's the same. We're just talking about access controls restrict unauthorized individuals from using information systems. And what do I want to do? Authentication confirms the identity of the person requiring it. And authorization, look at this, Greta, determines which action, rights, or privileges the person based on his or her verified identity. This sounds like actions, rights, or privileges, just like we've had in the class, right? Your roles, your action, what rights do you have, and what privileges that you're having, and how do you authenticate yourself? An organization can use one or more of the following, and this is what he also said. Something the user is, and that's the biometrics, which I don't like, right? Retinal scanning, all this. Right? That it's something the user has, like those ID cards that I have those ID card, or something the user does. My voice recognition, they use that as well. Now in banking, we'll do that to match it. I'm a little skeptical about that. Think about now the cloning, Frank. What are they doing? They're cloning my voices so well, right? And my voice is public, right? How much is my voice public? Too public. It's not even through the university. How many talks have I given, throughout, that I've been recorded? And signature recognition, all that keystroke. This is where they're not even thinking about, but this is where the AI can just take over on, the bad actors. How easy is this going to be, to break? And all this password cracking now. It used to be, months. How long is that going to be taken for a crack? More and more it's going to get a lot better, right? Finding all those combinations. How do they do drug discovery? But along those aspects. These are authorization. This is what I also like. After users are authenticated, the rights and privileges to which they are entitled in the organization are established in a process called authorization. A privilege is a collection of related computer systems that a user is authorized to perform. Typically based authorization on the principle of what? Least privilege. What do I usually use? Instead of least privilege, what do I use, Greta? I usually say need to know. Right? But it's the exact same thing. I want to give you the least privilege that you can do my job. What I have my gripes about with chief security officers is that least privilege then doesn't allow me to do my job well. Like I told you, they basically were so scared. There must have been some data breach that even myself, that is in all these committees and advising all these CTOs and CIOs, I do not know what the data breach was, but it must have been very severe that they almost locked down all the faculty and saying it came to the point that we will track you on your phone, and we will you almost cannot use your computer unless you're in your office. And that is ridiculous, right, Greta, in this day and age. And then when Rasmus, the marine science, just went bonkers and say, we're out on a boat. We cannot do our research. We're getting millions of dollars from government grants and others to do our job. So then they had to modify it. You know what I mean? But there must have been something that we don't understand, that, and I can understand it. It's nobody has bragging rights on that. You know, you don't want to say, hey, you know, don't worry. Everything that you're doing is at peril, you know. So that is one. The other thing that's important for you to look at is, let me just do chapter 5 too, which is important. In data and knowledge management is managing data that I talk about governance. You remember I talked about governance. And Finley, you remember I talked about governance? What was data governance supposed to do? Finley?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, did you ever hear about data governance?
Did you talk about that on Monday?
Let me just go back to it. I'll tell you now. Let's pretend I didn't. Yeah, right. Were you here Monday?
No.
Okay, so we'll say that I talked about it on Monday. I'm just kidding. Okay, but basically, let's talk about this. This is good. We're rehearsing this like we rehearsed it, Finley, okay? We got data. You agree with me, we got more than we need to have with data. Every organization, every person, what is the problem is not that I don't have enough data. The problem is I don't know if it's accurate. I don't know if it's timely. I don't know if it's consistent. I don't know if it's relevant, right? So basically, organizations have a problem, and this is the problem with anything. How do I manage that data? What data do I collect? There's so much data about you, right, Finley, out there. What should the university collect on you? How should they use that data? There's a problem. What's your major again? Remind me, Finley.
Finance and real estate.
Okay, finance and real estate. And let's say I get a request for somebody's giving a scholarship for somebody that's studying real estate that's also a major in finance and is female that has a GPA over, let's say, 3.5. Let's just say that. And think about myself. I have the need to know. My privilege is what? To know about you based on my class. I know how you're doing in my class, right? We haven't finished the semester, but let's say even in the middle semester, I have all the data I need how you're doing in my class. They're looking for a GPA of 3.5. Do I have access to that? What do you think, Finley?
Not my full GPA, but I think you have access to the grade.
I have access to what you have here in mine, but I don't have your full GPA. And it's almost like that need to know. Maybe your advisor has it. Maybe in the finance group or the real estate group can find it, but I don't have it. I have access that I know what your major is, and I know, maybe what year are you?
Sophomore.
So I may have access that you're a sophomore. That's it. So the idea is the data becomes a silo, meaning that it's not shared among others when I need to know. So that's the problem of data when we think about that data that is covering, and then there becomes what we call, and this is key, data governance. And basically, data governance for an organization, sometimes even for yourself, is how you're going to organize all your data, right? Your credit card information, your banking information, which subscriptions you have, right? But think about it, an organization like the university, they have to have an approach of how they're going to manage their data, their information across the entire organization. So it's not even just my class, it's not even my department, and it's not even the School of Business and the entire university and so forth. And then so this becomes a formal set of business processes and policies designed in data governance, Finley, to think about this naturally, is what are you going to collect in the university, and how are you going to keep it updated, and how do you even know if it's correct? So these are strategies that you have to have. And who owns that data? Who's going to keep it? Where do you live now? You live in the dorms, or you live off campus?
I live in the dorms.
You live in the dorms. And let's say next year you're considering maybe moving off campus. Let's say yes. Moving off campus, yes. Well, when you change your address, how many places in the university do you think has your address? In a regular file system, it's not only, in this case, the finance department, the real estate department, the School of Business, basically financial aid, the registrar, basically the health center. I can go on and on. We don't even know. And if you change your address, who's going to have to update that address? Who do you have to change that address to? So you can think about it, that these have to be accurate. This is the key here for what we call data governance. Does that make sense to you, Finley? There has to be people in the university that have to figure out, what is my master data? Let's say they get the ransomware. They get hacked. Somebody breaks into their, how are they going to recover? So all of this is crucial for you to understand in managing data. And then there's this thing called database approach. And the database approach, Finley, is different in the way that we think about a data file. I have your file and I just have your information, versus what they want to do in a database approach is this. This is key. This is, you'll see on the exam. The database approach, think about it, is let's concentrate our data in one area. And in order for us to use a database in one area, I'll record your name and address and all your demographics once, Finley. So when I will then, you update your address, how many times will it need to be updated? Once. So what, versus a file management where it's scattered throughout the university, the database system in theory says, let's do data redundancy. Let's reduce that same data, rather than stored in multiple locations, we want to minimize data redundancy. Data isolation, meaning I don't know your GPA and maybe just one group knows your GPA, then I want to reduce that data isolation. So I can make a query to a database, give me all those females that have GPAs greater than 3.5 and also are finance and real estate majors. Right now I can't get that because of data isolation. And data inconsistency, this is the problem. What is it? That I have various copies of data that are not in agreement. One time it says that you live on campus, one time it says that you live off campus, another time maybe your parents' old address, maybe it's their new address. this is what I want to reduce, and this is what I want to maximize. Because I'm putting my data all in one spot, what's the risk? Now somebody knows where to attack. So what is it? I want to maximize data security. And that's why that CISO guy says he sleeps like a baby. Every 2 hours he's up and crying because this is what he's scared about. Now notice what I think they're doing is they're outsourcing almost all of this. The question is, somebody has to audit, and I don't even know who is doing that. Who are they hiring? Do you understand that, Frank? Is they're hiring these companies that are going to be doing, I don't know how good they are, and they're all dependent on hopefully doing that. And I think in the background, it's always, we got insurance. But they have to do some things for due diligence. And then it becomes data integrity. What does that mean? That if I have that data meets certain constraints, if social security number, it shouldn't have alphabetical characters in it. And data independence is if we stop one software program, I don't lose my data. So this is key. Everybody understand this? You will see this. What do I want based on database? What do I want to minimize? And what do I want to maximize? And I want you to understand that. They could be, you'll see that again. So this is kind of the idea they did. And then there's that data hierarchy. And then they do a number of terms on that. They have bits, which are zeros and ones. And then I have what they call a byte, which is a character. So if I look at your name, Finley, the F is a byte. It's really a character. And then they talk about a field. Think about all of this. Finley, you've used a spreadsheet before, of course, right? So if I have a spreadsheet, what is a field? Think about a field, put this in your notes, is like a column in a spreadsheet. If I have, let's think about it, Finley, if I have a grade book, right, on a spreadsheet, I have first column is, let's say, C number. Second column is, let's say, first name, last name, test 1 and test 2. Let's just make it simple, right? And so what do I have? Fields are what? The C number. First name is a field, is a column. It's called a field. The second one is last name. The third is then going to be test 1 and test 2. Those are fields, So that's no big shakes. You know the term, but they're just using these ideas. So you see here that I have a bytes, I have a field, and then we got to figure out what is a record. A record, think about our test grade book, right? What's a record? A record is a row. Put in your notes then, a record is a row, so I can think about, Finley Lavlin, basically, and all your students' name, right? Your grade, that's a record. Each row in a sheet is called a record. That's all. And the entire sheet you can think about it as a table. And what you have then is you have related records. And if I look at, let me see here if I can just do it quickly. This is really good. Just like we talked about it. We have something, these are fields, student name, student ID, major, GPA, and graduation date. No big shakes, right? Finley? Sally, Adams, John, all these rows are called what? Records. Now what's important in looking at any of this data and these data tables is that I need to have what I call a primary key. A primary key will identify an individual record, and it will be unique. So my question to you then, which is a simple one, Frank, is what is the primary key in this table? Did you hear me, Frank?
Yes.
You want to repeat the question?
What the primary key in this table?
What is the primary key in this table? And the definition of a primary key is that it's unique and it can identify a certain record.
The student ID.
Yes, that's it. And it wouldn't be student name, and it wouldn't be major, and it wouldn't be GPA, and it wouldn't be graduation date. You know that. So that's it. So at the university, what do they give you? They give you C numbers. And why do they give you C numbers rather than student ID? And every C number, you know, is unique too. Your C number, I have a C number, you have a C number. Anyone associated with the university has a C number. Right, but I have a social security number. Do you have a social security number, Frank?
I do.
Yeah, so the question is, why are they using not social security numbers? The university. You understand my question?
I mean, if they used everyone's social, then it would definitely be a lot more easy to get leaks.
Okay, so you're saying security. What else? Does everybody in the university have? Does everybody in the university have a social security number?
Yes, but
they do.
Oh, everyone's social to.
But do they? Is that a true?
Yeah. Yes.
That's not true. Do international students all have social security numbers?
Oh no.
Oh no! Oh no! You think the university wants to have international students? You betcha. We want to be a university. You know, we have some advantages of that. Also, they also want to have additional revenues, right? There's a number of reasons why we want to have international students. So that's it. So that's one of the reasons. Could be security, because this is what, and why, because this student ID thing or your C number is useless outside of this environment, right? Nobody's going to take your C number and, you know, get a credit card or get, you know, do Medicare fraud. So these are kind of things that you need to know about. So, Sydney, do I need to stop here? It's enough? What do you think?
If you think so.
Okay. So does everybody understand it? So what I want to spend time in, everybody understand how that you can access this. So what you can do, let me just do one more thing and then I'll let you go. So if I basically do any of this, right, my data, I don't want a video, right? Let's see what it'll come up with. Oh, so do you see right here? This is database approach. You see this, Sydney? I'm using the Wiley. I went into 5.2 of the database approach. You see this line right here that's like diagonal? You see that, Sydney?
Yeah.
If I click on that, just so you know, I can, let me just end the session. I can have right up here, you see where it says quiz? I can click on that quiz and then get started, and then it gives me questions. Like a database operation compiles records of 2 or more tables, blah, blah, blah. I can check my answer, I can skip, you know, and then they can give me other terms for knowledge, a characteristic of interest, you know, a group of 8 bits make up blah, blah, blah. So I can go through the multiple choice questions there, just to give you that. So I'm stopping here. Oh, yeah, thank you, Daniel, so much. And then you can put in the key. So everybody understand kind of like where I'm going with this? I'll spend some time on Monday then giving you the terms, the questions for the exams, you know, for the exam open-ended questions, and then I'll spend some time reviewing what I think is important concepts for you. How does that sound? Sydney, okay?
Yeah.
And basically, and especially on the open-ended, I don't want it to be surprises. You know, if you've prepared, you should do well. Yeah, why not?
Have you posted assignment 5 on the What's Due folder?
Assignment 5 is in assignments 5, like the set of assignments.
Yeah, in the What's Due tab. It's not. I haven't seen it.
It should be there. Refresh.
Thank you, Juan. Everybody's point of view. Is it there?
Yeah, it's in there. Yeah.
It's there? Juan. Okay, thank you for asking.
Yep.
We got the lead here, so you can let us know if it's what?
The quiz number 4 is not posted.
Meaning not posted, meaning you didn't get your grade?
No, she's right. It's there now.
Alright, thank you.
See? This is a group, Daniel, that helps us check each other, right?
The quiz I had queued, but I hadn't hidden it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes sense to me. That's why it's beautiful. And just make sure that that's done for the other sections too. Because if you did it for this one. Thank you, Riley.
No problem.
That's why we're going to need to check each other. So many different things that we need to do. See, our agent should be able to do all this, huh, Daniel?
That would be nice.
But I'm just saying, stuff like that, repetitive tasks that you can automate, that's what it's supposed to be done.
Maybe Blackboard should put a system together.
Yeah. It should, right? All those repetitive things. What do we need to do? Then we can think about more exciting things. You know what I mean? Rather than the repetitive administrative tasks.
If they could clone all the sections or something.
Yeah, that too. When you do one updated, you do them from all of them.
The amount of time I've spent copying.
I know, and it's silly. Just say this is attributed, and you answer a question. Do you want everything back? You know what? It had happened before, and I had done it, but it became confusing. Is that everyone be registered in one site, and then the individual, that they could see all the assignments, and then the individual things would be per section. But then I tried that one time, a while back. You know what I mean? But then it became, I don't know, they didn't like it. What? It was confusing, but it was like everybody go to all the assignments here because it's the same, and then you would get your individual grades in the other place. Okay. Anyways, we can see how that works.
Canva does something like that.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Well, they're moving to that. It looks like that's what it's going to be. And then they're, and it's like everything else they're slow to move. And then Microsoft, Blackboard, you could see they gave us a slide where Blackboard was just losing market share, and it was really like this, the slide.
I wonder if that'll be in time for next fall.
That's what they're planning.
That'll be nice.
Yeah, so that's.
We'll have to migrate everything.
Yeah, well, that's what they're working on, and they're working on. Yeah, Blackboard would be more, but they'll supposedly Blackboard team. That's what they were saying is now you're going to have to add more team members there to do it. Definitely I don't want to waste the time, and I don't want you to waste the time, of converting everything. Let them and there should be a way in which they could do that automatic conversion, right? That they know what Blackboard is. Things like that is something that those automations should be able to do. Okay, so who do we have left here? Catherine, that I don't know what happened to. Arena, do you have a question? Let me shut down my YouTube anyways. I don't know if these people are, you know what I mean? Sometimes you just don't.
One was here.
Yeah, they were there. All of these people were here. But sometimes, Juan, are you here? What kind?
Juan asked a question.
Yeah, no, at the end it was a good question too, right?
Maybe he thought he left, put his camera on.
Yeah, sometimes you can just remove it. You know what I would do?
Oh,
Oh, Juan, you have a question?
you're muted still.
No, I was waiting for attendance, but I just came back.
Oh, it's in chat.
Okay.
There you go.
Good question, Juan. Thanks for letting us know. Yeah, just make sure that they're. I guess you just forgot to unhide that this section, and the other sections are.
Yeah, I checked them all. What's due was there, but the quiz wasn't.
Yeah. Okay. Good. It's good that people say. The people that are more conscientious let us know. Okay. So I think Juan is okay. Catherine. I don't even see her in the. You want to un.
I don't have the.
Oh, I'll remove. I forgot that. Oh, because you just came. I'll remove you. I'll remove. Am I removing her? Just want to make sure that I'm not removing myself. Okay, remove. Remove Catherine. Let me know. Okay. So everything is done. Is there anything else that I?
You said you had a list.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go get my list. While I was doing my first class, I said, "Okay, what did I said? Okay, I have to work on open-ended questions. What I'm thinking about is database security. What did I say? Controls. I think controls would be really good, and they can use. What do you think? Examples from the class and discussions about least privilege. Need to know. Show examples of how we used." Those controls and how it's used in the university, but in this class.
Yeah, also database related.
Yeah, database related.
Collaboration of the cloud recordings.
Yeah, so you can come up with maybe for Saturday you can come up with a couple. I'll come up with some, and then together we can look at them.
Yeah.
And then the other
You
thing.
can even make multiple part questions.
Yeah, that's what I think would be good, and then make it specific. Give me 3 examples, rather than talk about. Because you remember how it was? People were writing a whole book, and other people were 5 words.
Yeah.
And part of it was I wasn't specific enough.
Say, like at least 5 to 10 sentences.
Yeah, right, something like that. Giving them a minimum of what they did. But I wanted to be clear that I just don't want them to fill up sentences. You know what I mean? That.
Yeah.
Right. And then if you could look at those multiple choice questions that were not clear to you,
Yeah.
and then we
I'll
could
mark them.
and mark those, and then we can substitute them with others.
Sure.
So what did you get in those around? Whatever, maybe it was 10 questions or something like that, or whatever it
I
was.
don't know if it was 10.
But I'm just saying something like that, or 5 or whatever. You know what I mean? But I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
And then the notebook LM link we found, right? And then the other thing, Wix dates, sending out to Ellery.
I have that marked down.
Okay, of just telling her, asking her when are her webinars. We've been busy with the classes. Are they recorded? And as you mentioned, Dr. Rushenick, it must have been overlooked. We didn't see the codes, for this.
And then also Savannah, Matt, and Raphael.
Right. Let me just put that in my notes too. Yeah. Savannah. You can do Matt too. You know what I mean? But Savannah now I think took over that position, and Matt is more, I think, getting on to Citrix and stuff like that. You know what I mean? He's special project.
Yeah, he came to my other class.
Yeah, was it Citrix?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, hi Matt, tell me about this wonderful software.
Right.
Never seen this before.
Right. How snappy it is. Okay, and it can't even save my data. Okay, right. Savannah and then Raphael, yeah, and then basically that we need them. If they could check and let you know about the respondents, and maybe, and then does maybe you can even do it with Sebastian.
Yeah, should we go computer to computer?
Yeah, and you could even reach out to our teaching assistants in training. that they could help too. You know what I mean? That you don't have to do it. Meet me. If you have classes or something now, you know, they're not doing most of them. You know what I mean? Not that we're asking too. You know what I mean? But if they can
That should
help,
be something they can do, and there's enough of them.
yeah,
That'll
that's
work.
what I'm saying. That you don't have to waste. You know what I mean? And then you can
We
see.
could actually tackle them all.
Yeah, right. You can tackle them all, and then you can list for them. Because when they do it, I don't think they do such a great job. And you know, when they say, "Oh, they're all working," and then
No
why
one
do
wants to actually go through them.
I know? But I'm just saying. So you know who all of those are. You know what I mean? That if
They're also, some of them are working when we check, and then they stop working.
yeah, I know. Well, that we can't do anything about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But at least we know ahead of time. And I don't know about those Bloomberg terminals. Do they work? Because we usually just said
They definitely do work.
okay, but we can do some others instead. And usually we had enough computers, you know. And also, it turns out, I don't know how many students are really still in the class.
Have a lot dropped.
What?
Have some dropped.
Some have dropped physically and some have dropped mentally, you know. Like I think, what was that? That guy, remember? That I told.
Still there?
What?
Is he still in the class?
Last time I looked, he was still on the roll.
What was his name?
What section was he to? He had it was with a P, maybe. Doesn't matter. But anyways, we'll see. But last time I saw, but I think at this stage of the game, I think they can withdraw for a number of months. You know what I mean? I think in the first weeks you didn't get a W, but after that I don't think it matters whether it's the first month, second month. It may be maybe you can't.
They have another month until.
Do they? So they have it. So I guess they're at a time that why tell their parents they're dropping now, you know? Or maybe he's not even aware. You know, they're so out of it. And not in that he was amazing because he had a hard major. You know what I mean? He was taking. It wasn't just not even. He was taking an engineering statistics course. You know what I mean? It was not watered down. You know, business. You know, stat and stuff. But anyways, it is what it is. Okay. The other thing that I wanted is when did we say Jason was coming? What date? Do you remember? By the way, I'm so happy we finished with Logan.
It's just open.
Hmm?
April 2nd.
April 2nd. Okay. Did he confirm?
Yeah, he confirmed.
He did. Okay. So April 2nd when? At what time? What day is that? Is that a Monday or a Wednesday?
That is a Wednesday.
April 2nd. And is he coming to the 2:30 class? To the 3:30 class? When did we say he's going to come? 4? Because he's, in England, so I would imagine we said the first class.
We said at 4 p.m. Eastern time.
Okay, at 4. And he's just coming for that class, I imagine.
Yeah. I mean, we could ask him for more, but.
No, I think it's enough. We recorded. It's enough. What I'm going to do is I'm going to invite the head of, this is what I'll do. I'll invite, and see if he'll do it, the head of Coral Gables, the city of Coral Gables, the innovation officer, to come at that time. And then what I'll do is he can say a few words in the first class, and then I'll have this, his name is Raimundo, then I'll have him come in the second class and give us a talk because he's here in Coral Gables.
And then Jason can meet him as well.
That's why I'm doing it. I'm bringing him here. He can meet. If they would like, we can do together. And then, just so you know, yesterday I used a program called vapi.ai. And they allow you to get a number, and then you use a chatbot, and they give you like 4 scenarios. You can be like a reservation system, you can be general support. It's a new company. They're getting funded. I think they started with Y Combinator. So they're a startup in San Francisco. They have 17 people now. And you can tell them what model you want. They have a free version. And I created just like 1-800-CHAT-GPT with my phone number. Yeah. And you can have a chat, and then you can change. In the beginning, you can change what they say the prompts are, and then you can give it material documents to train.
I'll give it a shot.
It's amazing. And you can choose the phone number. And what I want to do is choose numbers. I started with USA and some other ones that you can get phone numbers that spell a domain name. So just like 1-800-CHAT-GBA, what?
They might be able to put that on the website.
Right. But they could have a phone number that besides, because he's not going to voice anytime soon, this you go to voice and then you can change. So you know how everything's changing, Daniel, like crazy, but I think this is it's so fast, but they give you some credit in the beginning, but it's good enough for a demo. You know what I mean? That later on you can do it. And they let you even choose 10 phone numbers. So you could even have like a phone number. I use my Google account, but supposedly you can use GitHub. You can use
Google Voice.
What? No, this is not Google Voice. They give you their number. No, but I mean just to check in. They don't. It's not Google Voice. But they give you a number, and they said, I asked, I don't know if it's true, that I said, well, how long can I get this number? As long as you're active on their platform. So it's great so look at it, and it's very easy, and then you just publish it. I mean, you can do probably more things, but you don't have to be any programming, and they just give you a part where you can tell it, do you even want background noise? You want to make it feel like they're in an office or not? You can give it when they don't know, how should they answer you when they leave, Yeah, I didn't use, I had something that was just irritating, so I was trying to get it just to stop, you know what I mean? But it was good enough that I think it'd be easy enough for our students, but I want always I respect your opinion, so I wanted you to. I found it amazing. In a short period of time, I tried it out yesterday, and I was surprised how quickly all you have to do is publish it. I got the number, and I called the number. And then this was Ava or what. How they always have their chatbots, but that you can. What I didn't do is I haven't trained it, but in the beginning they said it looks like they're working on a lot. It's like a work in progress. And they're throwing it out. And you know what I'd like to do in terms of companies? I always look at their careers. Who are they looking for? Then you really know so much about companies. It's really great espionage work. If you just go to their site and see, their back end, sites, and you see that it was interesting that they're based in San Francisco, and you can see they want things fast. Coming up with things. I think they want to show proof of concept. You know what I mean? What?
As they should, like as a startup.
Yeah, it's a startup. But this is, and what I love about it is all around voice, and they give you the phone number. And so I tried with Twilio and it was a pain, but this was just so quick, so up to speed. So we did that.
I'll try it.
Yeah, try it. Just look at, you don't need, it doesn't need to be, get the other stuff that we need, prioritize. You know what I mean?
ended up using Notebook LM to study for this exam.
Did it help? How was the exam?
Yeah, it went very well.
Okay.
Harder than I thought, but I was prepared for that.
Okay, good. And that's what I'm saying. Stuff like that. And I wanted to check that other one too, that I needed to, that other one that you could change. But
just to be able to listen to the textbook in the car, that helps a lot.
yeah, no, but and kind of like dead time. Instead of listening to another podcast, you listen to this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's better use of the time.
Yeah, that whatever it is. So that's great. I'm glad that it's useful. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad that you can. You know how I'm big on reusability. If you can't reuse it, then
I probably wouldn't have found it as soon as I did.
no. Well, it's everything. You know what I mean? We're doing it together as a team. Once I find something, then I share it with you right away. Even the other one that was the notebook that was for. I told you I get a feed. I get these feeds every morning, and I start, looking. Okay, so we got that. Everything. So the other thing is, yeah, the VAPI you can put after that, but I think that'll be good tomorrow. I'll send out. I'll contact Raimundo if he wants to be a guest speaker. If he's usually traveling, and what's good about it is it's Zoom, so even if he's wherever he is, if he can jump online with us, and then even maybe at the end he can jump online with Jason. So we got him going, and then we just need the Ellery to give us the codes.
Awesome.
Okay, great. Okay, so I'll see you Saturday at 10 a.m. and drive safe. And then, and I'm glad that you finished your exam. You get those out of the way before. You have a lot more exams coming up before spring break?
Yeah, not next week, but the week after I have a few.
Okay, the same week as we have mine, right?
But I'll be fine. They're at different times.
Okay, good. Okay, and then we got it already, and we're having, I think one person's good enough for our last class. Okay, talk to you later. Ciao. Bye.